All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to this AI-driven workshop. Very excited to have everyone here today. I'm going to give just about another minute for people to start jumping on while we are waiting for everybody to be ready and in the workshop. Go ahead and throw a message in the chat. There's a chat on the right-hand side of our platform called Remo. Go ahead and throw a message in there. Just say, hey, maybe tell a little interesting fact about yourself, something like, where you're from, or, if you have kids, or, it's something you like to do for fun. What's the best movie you last saw? I don't care what it is, just something interesting. All right. So it looks like we have Bart is coming from the Netherlands. Awesome. Thibaut. I apologize, by the way, if I pronounce anybody's name incorrectly. We got Thibaut from France, Peter from Germany, Valentina from Italy. We've got Gary from Gran Canaria, Laurie from Portland, Oregon. Man, the messages just keep streaming in. I can't even keep up with them. That is awesome. Shay from Colombia. I love Nuxt, but when I don't code with it, I do photography as a hobby. Thank you very much for sharing that, Shay. By the way, nice to see you. Jacob from Warsaw. Awesome. Lots of people from all over the world here at the workshop today. That is super, super exciting. Got somebody from India, somebody from Ukraine. Awesome. Okay. Y'all can continue to throw those, introduce yourself in the chat as much as you like as we kind of go through the intro of the workshop. But let me just quickly introduce myself because you'll be spending a lot of time with me today. I'm sorry about that. But no, I think we're going to have a lot of fun and I think you're going to learn a lot. So my name is Daniel Kelly. I am the lead instructor at View School, and now I'm the lead instructor for Bitter Brains, which is the parent company of View School and many other brands. We'll talk about Bitter Brains a little bit more in just a moment. I do have developer experience. I've been doing this teaching thing for about 4 years now, creating video tutorials, writing blog posts that are, instructional tutorials for people with writing front-end code. A lot of it revolves around Vue.js, but I've written plenty of tutorials and things for JavaScript at large, PHP, things like that as well. But I did do full stack development work before becoming an instructor. So I've got plenty of experience actually being on the battlefield, as you might say, and doing the code thing full time. I'm also a husband and a father of 3 children. All of my children do karate. 2 of them are black belts, so they can kick my butt, and I'm okay with that. It's super glad that they have that in their life to stay active. Awesome. So I work for Bitter Brains, as I mentioned just a moment ago. But what is Bitter Brains exactly? No, it's not as creepy as it sounds. Sometimes this name is like, what? Is this some kind of cereal? No, I'm just kidding. But Bitter Brains is really this awesome group of people. It's a group of devs, content creators, tech experts, and we're all in the business of providing developer education for everyone. That is what Bitter Brains is all about. And we've got a group of very experienced people behind the scenes that make this possible. And we want to make devs everywhere better. And by everyone, I absolutely mean everyone. Here are just a few of the customers that we've served. Big name companies to small name companies. We've given a little bit away to all of them in terms of what they have learned in their development careers. And it is our mission at Bitter Brains to make developers' lives easier. Okay. We've been in the Vue education business from the very start. We were one of the first educational platforms for Vue.js in the very beginning. Ask any Vue.js dev, they've probably heard of us. If they haven't heard of Bitter Brains, they've heard of Vue School. We've also created world-class developer certificates so that you can show off your skills to potential employers, clients, and so on. We have certifications for Vue.js, Nuxt, Angular, JavaScript. We have a React one we just launched very recently. So lots of ways out there that you can help validate your skills and then show off those skills to developers. And we've also hosted some of the largest online dev conferences in the world with thousands of attendees and world-renowned speakers. So we truly are in the business of making you your best self when it comes to your development career here at BitterBrains. Don't just take our word for it, though. We've got lots of great feedback from lots of different platforms on the web, but specifically, we like to take a look at Trustpilot, and we really push people towards Trustpilot to help us get good feedback and better ourselves. But tons and tons of people from all over the web, all over the world, taking our services and really enjoying it. Okay, so now that we have all that expertise teaching people front-end development and Vue.js development, we want to take that expertise and kind of bundle it in a new way, helping you prepare for the new world of AI in terms of web development. Why? Well, because our job roles as developers are changing rapidly. I think probably everyone in the workshop right now probably feels this. I know I feel this, right? Give me a thumbs up if you feel this change coming. Some of the feelings are positive. Some of the feelings are exciting. We can do things faster than we've ever done them before, but some of the feelings are a little bit scary, right? It's pressure to change, and change is scary. But we see it coming, and we want to make the change as easy as possible for everyone in the community. In other words, we want to help you be prepared. Okay. With that said, this workshop is step number 1 to that preparation. This workshop is step number 1 to getting you prepared for this new world of development in the age of AI. Step number 2 is to sign up for our AIDD Insider's Pass. This is going to get you inside the inside scoop to a full masterclass course that we are releasing, and this Insider Pass drops July 15th. Okay? So with this AIDD Insider's Pass, you're going to join the exclusive AIDD founding cohort and claim your Insider Pass. Only 500 seats are available for this within the first 24 hours when it drops on July 15th. Okay? You'll get early access plus recognition when you sign up for this Insider Pass. This gets you a front row seat to unreleased lessons. We've been working hard not only on this workshop, but to gather together quality video content that you can rewatch over and over again. Okay, so you'll get a front row seat to the unreleased lessons, the scripts, exclusive updates, and even your name featured on the course page as a founding supporter. All right. There'll also be a bonus premium workshop involved in this Insider Pass. It isn't a $500 value. It's an expert-led workshop that builds on the things even that we were talking about in this workshop on building production-grade AI systems. And do note that this is a one-time exclusive offer. So this only happens on July 15th. That means it's never going to be as low a price as it is on July 15th. And once it's gone, it is absolutely gone. All right. So go ahead, scan the QR code here on the right-hand side of the screen in order to add the Insider Pass launch to your calendar. You don't want to miss that. Remember, here at BitterBrains, we're in the business of helping you be your best self in terms of development. We do that through free workshops like this, but we do have to sustain ourselves. We have to feed our families. We have to, we have to make money to do what we do well. And this is one way that you can support Bitter Brains and help us realize our mission while at the same time benefiting for yourselves. All right. So enough of that. Let's now get into today's workshop. We are streaming today's workshop live on both Remo and YouTube. Okay, Remo is the platform a lot of you are probably in right now, and Remo will give you the best experience. The only problem is that we have a limited number of seats in Remo, and we're getting close to maxing out that capacity. We may not, but we may. So if for some reason or another Remo is not working for you, we are also streaming live on YouTube. If all the Remo seats have been filled. Okay. No matter what, though, whether you join in YouTube or you join in Remo, you will all have access to watch the recording after the fact. Okay. So if for some reason you have a technical issue during today's workshop, there will be a recording after the fact. Okay. If you just have something come up and you want to watch the recording later, you can go to our Discord channel. This is where we will share that recording. You can get to the Discord server via the QR code on the screen, or my colleague Mustafa has added a link to it in the chat, and we will share tomorrow a link to that recording once we've gathered it up and cleaned it up and exported it from Remo and all that. All right. So let's talk about the structure of our workshop, and then we'll get into the content. All right, so our workshop is going to be broken down into 4 different sections today, and each of those sections will consist of 4 different parts. All right, the first part of each section will be a time of instruction. This will last 15 to 25 minutes. It'll look a lot like what we're doing right now. Okay. It's me talking to you with a presentation on the screen, maybe doing some coding every once in a while, but imparting knowledge. That's what the instruction time is for. That time will be followed by a period of question and answers. Since we have so many people in this this chat, I probably will reserve a lot of your questions for that time, but feel free to throw your questions inside the Q&A tab. I'll show you where that is in just a moment, at any time throughout the instructional period. Okay. Just know that I might not answer it immediately. I might wait to answer it until we get to this question part of the section. There'll also be a hands-on exercise after each Q&A period. This is where you'll get to actually practice some of the things that you've learned during the instructional period. We think this is absolutely essential to helping you learn. Why? It's just the way it is. People learn best when they actually get hands-on and do things. So this is a very important part. Don't skip out on the exercises. Then lastly, I'll get on stage and show the solution to the exercise and just kind of walk through it. And this will help those who weren't able to finish it completely. And it'll also just be a time where you kind of see me freeform, do some coding, and a lot of times something good and useful comes out of that, right? Then, of course, we'll just rinse and repeat this process for each section, for each topic within the workshop. And remember, there will be 4 sections. Okay, so if you are asking questions, please do use the Q&A tab so that we can have this upvoting system in place, because we have so many people in the workshop. And that way you can upvote the questions that you want to hear answers for. And I will choose questions from that Q&A tab with the most upvoted ones first. So I will prioritize the upvoted questions. Okay. During the time of exercises, you will have the opportunity to join a group to work on the exercises together. So this isn't just about doing exercises, right? This is also about meeting other people, shooting ideas off of them, sharing times that, sharing some frustration you had with AI, or sharing some cool tip, or hearing some cool tip from somebody else about AI. Okay. So during the exercises, we definitely encourage you to join one of these tables that are available inside of Remo. Once we exit this presentation mode, you'll see the tables layout that I have pictured here on the screen, and you can join any table that you would like. Okay. You could also work solo if you want to. It's just a lot more fun if you work together. We do these types of workshops as Bitterbrains. We do these types of workshops live in person at different conferences as well. And while we know we can't give that same vibe to people online, we want to get as close as possible. And the biggest step you can take to make this a fun and enlightening experience is to join a group during the exercise time and learn and network with others. Okay. It's just the way it is. I know some of us are developers. I mean, we're all developers, but I know as developers, some of us, we're used to working at home. Me personally, working at home in my closet. So sometimes reaching out and meeting other people isn't our favorite thing to do, but I guarantee you it will elevate the workshop if you do that step. Okay. All right. So here is an outline of the content that we'll be talking about in the workshop. We're going to start with an intro to AI-driven development. This will be a little bit more of a conceptual section, but it'll really help kind of place yourself on a scale and figure out where you lie in terms of your AI adoption and compared to a lot of other people in the space. Then we'll get to some really more practical everyday content in section 2, where we talk about prompt engineering and agents. We'll also go in section 3 to RAG, or retrieval augmented generation, where I'll teach you what RAG is, how it works, why it's useful, and then we'll do a little bit of hands-on RAG inside of a Nuxt application. In section 4, we'll talk about integrating AI into web applications. What are some strategies we can use to actually produce web apps that interact with LLMs? Specifically, we'll be talking a lot about the AI SDK from Vercel and some strategies for getting the most out of that. I had planned to perhaps have a bonus section about developing custom MCPs, but I don't think we're going to be able to get to that today, just because of time and because I haven't completely developed that portion of the workshop yet. But we will go through all of these other sections. And of course, we will be covering MCPs in the AIDD masterclass that we talked about just a few minutes ago. Okay, so the goal of this workshop is to understand the current AI landscape as it relates to development, and then learn how to wield AI to speed up your development workflows, write higher quality code faster, automate boring and repetitive tasks, and ultimately we want to have fun and we want to leave the workshop better than we came. Okay. All right, so let's get started. Section number 1, Intro to AI-driven development. Give me a thumbs up or a clap or any kind of response in the chat. I would love to see some excitement. Are y'all excited to learn about AI-driven development? Anybody? I got to have that little pump up phase of the workshop. Yes, here and response. Awesome. Yes. What's up? Oh, I hadn't heard that in a long time. The old Budweiser commercials. Do you remember that? What's up? Let's go. All right. I love the excitement. Thank y'all. That helps me. I appreciate you. Okay, so why AI driven development? First of all, let's take a look at a few of the numbers. So this little chart shows developers who are using or intending to use AI based on a Stack Overflow survey that was done in 2024. That is 76% of developers said that they were already using, or intending to use AI in their workflows, while 24% of them, so a quarter of them, still were not so convinced. Also, a survey done by GitHub of 500 US-based developers at companies with over 1,000 employees says this. Okay, it says, in our survey, developers say AI coding tools can help them meet existing performance standards with improved code quality, faster outputs, and fewer production level incidents. That's a big deal. They also believe these metrics should be used to measure their performance beyond code quantity. And I definitely feel that. One of the previous jobs I was at, we had some tooling that would help measure our performance based on how much code we had written. Now you can write a whole lot of garbage code very quickly with AI, right? So we don't necessarily want to be measured on that anymore. But what was really astounding to me about this survey was that this was at companies with 1,000 plus employees. So this was large companies, right? Companies who are working on big products. They have to be to support that kind of headcount. And they're finding success with AI, even in these large projects. Kevin Scott, the CTO of Microsoft, says this. It says 95% of programming code will be AI generated by 2030. Okay. Obviously, nobody can tell the future, but this is the CTO of Microsoft. He has a front seat to a lot of the things that are happening in tech. While we might disagree a little bit on the percentage of what code will be written by AI in the future, I don't think any of us can deny that more of it will be than it is today. This is just the direction the world is headed. Okay, numbers only paint a partial picture, but what are people saying and doing? David Fowler just grabbed a bunch of screenshots from Twitter or from X, whatever you want to call it. This is real world people who are putting AI into their development workflows. David Fowler says, using AI assistance in my IDE has completely transformed my developer workflow. Martin Casado, for some software, it's becoming quicker to code my own version with AI than to learn someone else's non-intuitive UI. Okay, Andrew Ng. This is the founder of Deep Learning AI. He says AI-assisted IDEs make developers' workflows faster, more efficient, and much more fun. Agentic tools like Windsurf are more than just code autocomplete. They are collaborative coding agents that help you break down complex applications, iterate efficiently, and generate code that spans multiple files. All right. Business Insider. In this really cool interview with Matt Billman, who is the CEO of Netlify, it mentions this. It says more than 10,000 new websites are being created via AI coding tools and launched each day on Netlify's platform, okay, versus being coded by only human developers. 10,000 new websites a day launched on Netlify that are being built with AI coding tools. That is absolutely insane, right? Now, of course, a lot of those are non-technical people who are getting on Bolt or are getting on Lovable and they're trying things out, right? But this is clearly a real shift. Okay, same interview with Matt Billman. This is further along in that article. It says a Netlify recruiter built a new in-house interview training course app for hiring managers with an AI coding tool called Lovable instead of buying from an external provider. Even VCs are embracing this trend by actually doing some of the work themselves. Martin Casado, a general partner at Andreessen Horowitz, recently built his own AI-powered customer relationship management tool. You might mention some of the big names here, Andreessen Horowitz. Times are changing. Things are changing, right? These are non-technical people who are creating useful tooling without any technical background. So we have to learn how we can best position ourselves in this new world. Of course, not all of the environment is positive, right? We see this comment on Reddit. Sometimes I think it's faster to Google rather than use ChatGPT. Sometimes the AI gives wrong results and is just a waste of time. Justin Barnett, the ideal coding workflow with AI will be something like Devin or Manus. Copilot is killing your critical thinking skills. Okay. And yeah, sometimes I feel that. Sometimes I feel AI killing my critical thinking skills. So we got to have a nice balance there, right? Hot take, AI sucks at coding. Business Insider here. This is an interview with OpenAI's co-founder, Andre Karpathy. He says they will insist that 9.11 is greater than 9.9 or that there are two R's in strawberry. Karpathy said in a talk published on Y Combinator's YouTube channel on Thursday, they're going to be superhuman in some problem-solving domains, and they're going to make mistakes that basically no human would ever make. Okay? So AI isn't some magic bullet. AI is not just hype. It is having a real and a positive impact on development workflows, but it's also not a silver bullet that will solve all of your problems, right? And I think most of you know that, which is exactly why you're here. You've seen how AI can make some mistakes, but you've also seen at the same time how it does have the possibility of boosting your productivity. So, what are developers using AI for? We're talking about app ideation, planning, bootstrapping new project code, writing code for new features, debugging, refactoring, reviewing code in PRs, writing unit and integration tests, explaining existing code, learning from real-world code, writing documentation, migrating dependencies to new major versions, converting logic from one language to another, converting components from one framework to another, writing less human-friendly code, like regexes. I found this to be extremely useful. Rapid prototyping, quickly copying designs, a whole wealth of things that developers are using AI for. And I see a few things in the chat here that some of you all are using AI for as well. So doing mermaid diagrams, API docs, creates hundreds. Shay says it creates hundreds of lines that can be done in 10 to 20 lines. That could, yeah, that's totally true. Awesome. Okay. Now, how are developers interacting with AI? This is something that I like to break down into what I call the AI assistance spectrum. And the reason I think this is important is it kind of helps you gauge where you're at in terms of adoption and where you can move forward and adopt AI even further. Okay. So as we're going through these different levels of the AI spectrum, let's just be thinking about where are you currently at and what might it take you to move further into the spectrum. Okay, so level one of the spectrum is really just using browser-based AI chats. This is the easiest thing to get started with, obviously. Browser-based chats are really great for planning and research, but the context is limited to what you give it. You're probably familiar with a lot of the AI chats, browser-based chats that are out there, things like ChatGPT, things like Claude in the browser, things like Perplexity, all those types of things. Okay. Level two is getting in-context AI help as a co-pilot. Okay. So this is things like chat autocomplete, chat autocomplete and targeted edits in programs like Cursor and GitHub Copilot. So for example, something like autocomplete where you just have AI, make a really smart suggestion as you are typing. Or things like chat where you're asking your IDE about some code within your project. This level of the spectrum really keeps you at a very high level of control. You're not giving a lot of the control over to the LLMs. Level 3 then takes this a step further, where you are supervising agentic coding. This is a term that has been dubbed flow. I can't remember who said that. It was one of the guys, maybe from Replit or one of the AI coding tools out there, but he dubbed this flow. And so level 3 is all about supervised agentic coding. This is where AI is given a goal to achieve, and then tools to execute those goals. Essentially, if you're working in a tool like Cursor, this is when you choose agent mode. Okay, you tell it to do something, and you plug in a few MCPs to give it some vision, something like the Puppeteer MCP to maybe let it take screenshots of the browser or to check console logs. And supervised agentic coding is really where you use AI more like a pair programmer than a mere development tool. Okay, it's not just a co-pilot at this point. It's really more of a real assistant. It's another programmer on your team. In this level, AI is given more freedom to act on its own, while humans are still attentive and provide active feedback. Right? They're able to. They're looking, and they love to see. They can see immediately if the AI starts doing something wrong. They can stop the process, and they can tell it to change directions. Right? So this level gives a little bit more freedom and control to the AI, but you still have a lot of control as a developer with level 3. And then finally, level 4, and where I think a lot of our jobs will be headed, is autonomous agents. Okay, these are agents where they are given a goal, a well-laid plan, and tools. Those tools must include feedback gathering. With autonomous agents, you're not there to stop them and say, no, you're doing something wrong. You're not there to look at the browser and say, oh, okay, this isn't working quite right. Stop and change directions. Autonomous agents have to have a good wealth of tools so they can gather the appropriate feedback. These agents, of course, because they're autonomous, run without supervision. Okay, they can even be run in parallel. If you have multiple features to create, they could be run in parallel, just like multiple developers on your team could be working on different features in parallel. And then the human really only comes into the loop at the end of the process to review the code and then test, basically at a PR point, right? Okay. So right now, ask yourself, which level are you at? Go ahead and throw it in the chat. Which level do you think you're currently at in terms of the AI assistant spectrum? Okay, very interesting. So we got some level 2s, level 3s, a few level 1s. So a wide range of the spectrum here, it seems like. Some people who find themselves kind of living in level 2, maybe moving, dabbling into level 3, so on and so forth. Awesome. Okay, somebody says they need to be level 4. I'll go ahead and full disclosure here. I think personally, I'm in level 3. I'm pretty deep into level 3, but I am dabbling a lot with level 4 and seeing where that can take me, with mixed results. Right? Okay. In my opinion, at this point in the way the world is working, you should at least be here. You should be at level 3. If you're not at level 3, don't worry about it. That's okay. That's why you're here, though. And that's the goal that I want to give you, is that if you're going to be productive in this AI-driven world, you need to at least be here at level 3 in your daily workflows every day. Okay? If you're not, like I said, don't worry about it. It's okay. That is why you're here. And hopefully by the end of this, I can say that I have helped you get one step closer to this level 3. And by the way, if you're already at level 3, you should be dabbling and aiming to get to level 4 because the future is not far off. And there are already people who are finding a decent amount of success with this. Okay, so let's talk about just a few tools that are available to you when working in level 3. Okay, so IDEs, you have Cursor. This is my IDE of choice for working with AI as a peer coder. But there's also other tools out there. There's GitHub Copilot, which is not an IDE itself, but it's a plugin for VS Code. There's also the JetBrains IDE with Junie. So if you prefer JetBrains, they have their own kind of flavor of GitHub Copilot. There is Windsurf, which I believe is both a plugin for Visual Studio Code and its own IDE, its own standalone IDE. So you can go either route there. There is Klein. I haven't played with Klein, don't know anything about it really, but I've heard good things about it. There is also Rue Code, which is open source. So some people who prefer the open source route might want to check out Rue Code. Awesome. So those are the IDEs that are available. We'll be using Cursor during the workshop, or at least I'll be using Cursor when I'm presenting something to you. Now they did kind of have this little pricing faux pas, this pricing drama, just within the past week or two. But I still think it's one of the best solutions out there, just my personal experience. Okay. CLIs. So if you don't want a full-blown IDE, there are some CLIs available. Namely, there is Claude Code. This one has gotten really big. There is the Gemini CLI, which came out very recently, and it's basically free to use. They have like a very generous free tier with lots of tokens you can use. So if you want to try out the CLI land, I definitely recommend starting with Gemini CLI, especially if you're on a tighter budget. This is part of the problem with level 4 is that it can get expensive, right? And I know we're talking about level 3 now. Level 3 can even get a little bit expensive, but level 4, one of the big hurdles that keep people from moving to level 3 to level 4 is really cost. But Gemini CLI can be used for both level 3 and level 4 and is at least a little bit cheaper than a lot of the other options out there. There's also OpenAI Codex. And then there are web-based tools perfect for vibe coding. This is more relevant for non-technical people, things like Bolt, Lovable, and Replit. But I've had really great success using Bolt for just one-off little, small projects to help me in presentations such as this. So definitely check those out if you have not already. Okay. So here are some tools that you can start getting into if you want to dabble in level 4 of the spectrum. So there are Cursor background agents. These are pretty cool. I've dabbled with these a bit. They run in their own remote environment. So they don't run on your machine. It's more secure, and it can kind of do its thing just somewhere else and not take up your computer power. There's also GitHub Copilot background agents. So I assume a very similar thing. I haven't tried it out myself. There's also OpenAI Codex, not the CLI, but the tool, the background agent that you can run actually directly from the browser. Okay, so basically all these tools, they take a well-formed prompt to begin with, right? They take a thorough plan and they produce an output autonomously. And a lot of them can even make PRs for you once they are done with that solution. Okay. Are there any questions on this section? So I'm going to take a look at the Q&A tab now, and we'll go through the questions as they are most upvoted. All right. Let's see if I can show this on the screen. Can I share this? Well, I could at one point. Mark as answered. Okay, for some reason it is not letting me share it on the screen, but that's okay. I will read it out loud to you. We already answered this. Will the workshop be recorded and made available later for viewing? Yes, it will. The workshop will be available later for viewing. Let me open up Discord here and grab the invite. So I am on the AIDD. Sorry, y'all can't see this. It's just off screen for you, but I'm going to copy the invite link to our Discord server and put it in the general chat. Okay. And in that Discord server, we will post the recording of this workshop tomorrow. We will do that tomorrow. Okay. Question number 2 is, how much will this cost? I assume we're referring to the masterclass and the early launch package. I don't know exactly how much that is yet. I don't think we've decided how much that is yet. So do keep an eye. Get that put in your calendar. And we will certainly, of course, have the price by launch. Is there a certificate of attendance or something like that? We don't have a certificate for attendance. That's might be something we can get together. I'll get with my colleagues on that, and we of course have your email addresses. If we probably could put something together and email it out to you, but I will talk to the internal team about that. Shouldn't be a problem. Will the slides be available on Discord as well? No, I will not provide the slides directly. Okay. How do I give AI enough context while making sure not to share sensitive information? That is an interesting question. How do I give AI enough context while making sure not to share sensitive information? I guess it really kind of depends on what you deem sensitive. Obviously, like API keys, secret keys, and things like that are obviously things that are sensitive. And you should be storing things like that in .env files to begin with. And a lot of your IDEs are going to, like Cursor, I know specifically, already has a default setting to kind of not index that .env file. So a lot of these tools kind of help you with that out of the box. Now, if you're just talking about like, code that is unique to your company being sensitive, that's a little bit harder. That's not something that these IDEs will automatically take care of for you, but you can, at least in Cursor, you can, have a list of folders or files that you don't want it to index. So that's one thing you could do in order to mitigate that. But honestly, y'all, like a lot of the code we're writing, I know it kind of sucks to say it this way, and it's not true for every case. But a lot of the code that we're writing is the same kind of code that millions of other people are writing, right? Like a lot of us aren't writing truly unique things. We're writing things that are just a little bit different from something somebody else has written, just to fit the use case of a customer we happen to have, working for us, right? So, so do realize that a lot of what we have really isn't as sensitive as some people might think it is. And there's just no problem putting it into the LLM. Okay. Okay, cool. I don't know where the where the question went, but I can mark it off later. Okay, so Shay asks, what is the best LLM model specifically for Nuxt and Vue? I've experienced many hallucinations with most, with Gemini giving me the best results so far. Shay, Gemini has given me really good results, and I kind of just stuck with it for several weeks. But since the latest Anthropic model came out, what is it, Claude 4? I've found really good success with it. I find that it breaks down tasks a little bit better and really has a better understanding of when it should use tools. So that's my recommendation there. Okay. So just a couple more questions here that have more than 10 votes, then we'll move on. So Balas Kaufman asks, are there going to be bio breaks? Yes, we'll certainly have some breaks during the exercise periods. If you want to, go to the bathroom or do whatever you need to do, feel free to do that. And after the first 2 sections, we will have an extended break where you can go and eat some lunch or grab a coffee, whatever it is that, whatever time of the world it is for you, do the appropriate thing there. So yes, we will have one extended break after section 2. Okay, that break will be 25 to 30 minutes, depending on how much time we have left. All right. All right, let's do one more question. This one has 7 upvotes. And by the way, if I don't get to your question now, I still might get to it later on, but I don't want to spend too much time here for this section. How do I give AI oversight? It's producing so much code that I can only give attention to a few things at a time. I find myself in this same situation sometimes. The thing that we have to be careful not to get into is that AI produces code so quickly, and sometimes we think we have to keep up with its pace, but we don't. Remember, we're still developers, and at the end of the day, it's our responsibility for what we ship. So don't get caught up. Don't try to match the pace of the AI. Realize that you're not going to build a production-ready app in an hour. Even though AI is super cool, like a decently complex application, like you're not just going to turn that out in an hour, right? So this is we let the hype get to us, and I know me personally, I've just the feeling that I need to be moving fast. It's such a temptation with AI. We just have to really be diligent in pushing that feeling, because that's all it is. We have to be diligent in pushing that feeling away and still work as developers, right? I think that's the best answer I can give for that. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at a few of the comments. Always fun. Okay. So for this very first exercise, since this was more of a conceptual section, this actually isn't going to be an exercise. It's going to be a little survey that I want y'all to do for us. But it's not only helpful for us, there's also a good section in there for gathering some tips that you all have found are useful for you. And during the answer period or during the solution period of this exercise, I want to go through some of those tips that people shared and just kind of share them all on the screen for all of us to learn from, because I think there's a great wealth of knowledge out there that we can tap into. So for this exercise period, I'm going to give you 10 minutes to fill out, here we go, to fill out this AI awareness and familiarity survey. Here is a link. Let me make sure I have the right link here. So I'm going to copy this. Okay, so this link is to the this exercise document that you're seeing on the screen right now. This will include all of the exercises, the instructions for all of the exercises that we'll do for the rest of the day. Okay, so go ahead, click on that link. Everybody should have access to it. Give me a thumbs up if you can get in, just making sure. Awesome, perfect. So this is the exercise we're on right now. I want you to take 10 minutes, fill out this survey, and while we're at it, I'm going to dismiss everybody to the tables. So take the survey and take the rest of the time. You start a timer on your own phone, your own watch, whatever, for 10 minutes, and take the time to fill out the survey. Meet the people at your table, just say, hey, and we'll meet back here in 10 minutes. All right, here we go. Thanks, dude. Yep. Cool. What's the you've been keeping an eye on the chat? What's the sentiment in the chat? Sweet. Oh, cool. Okay. Cool, cool, man. And how many in the Remo? Oh, I see it. 469. Cool. Nice. Well, that's good. So it's not like it was like at 650 and then just dropped. That's what I like to hear. That's all I need to know. As long as you're not losing a bunch of people, that means things are going well. Wait a second. from the exercise. Let me share my screen here. Awesome. Okay, so we got quite a few people answering the survey here with some really interesting tips. I want to just quickly read through a couple of the tips that people have given, and I will share out these tips in the follow-up email that comes with the recording and the Discord link and all that. But here's some really interesting tips from people. So this one says, give the AI some information. Whoops. Can you go away? There we go. Give the AI some information on how to behave before you query. Don't just ask, how can I test this code? Start with, you are a staff level engineer who specializes in writing efficient unit testing and are able to write some robust tests or something like that. When you pregame the AI and then ask your question, I find that the results are more accurate, especially when you follow up with context. Describing how the AI should behave has been a game changer for me. Awesome. That is a great tip. So kind of giving it a role and very specific instructions. Be as precise as possible in your questions. Oh, come on. And allowing the AI to get access to your whole project helps the AI to suggest you some great improvements. Generally, asking AI chat is not useful. That is interesting. I found the AI chat to be pretty useful, and I do find myself actually a lot. I don't typically switch between agent mode and chat mode. I just stay in agent mode all the time and just tell it, don't change anything. Just answer me. So I do that a lot if I just want to, brainstorm some. THRE, the magic prompt. Yeah, that would be nice if one of those existed. Let me shoot for a couple of shorter ones here. Using MCPs. So MCPs are definitely a huge game changer because they allow the AI to grab external context as well as do actions on your part, and it's all at its discretion. So you kind of give it like a list of tools and a description of what those tools are for, and then it uses its own mind. It uses its own discretion as to when it should call what tools. So MCPs are super powerful. Use AI primarily for repetitive tasks and always review the suggested changes carefully. Don't accept them blindly. This is absolutely huge. It's exactly what I just mentioned a minute ago. Remember, you're still a developer. Don't blindly accept changes. I did this recently. My wife teaches English online, and she, kind of gathers her own students, and they pay her directly. Anyways, I was helping make a little pricing chart for her, and I used just because it was something quick and easy to do, I used Bolt to make the pricing chart, and it looked great. And then we shared it with some of her potential students, and the math was just all wrong. So check yourself. Check what the AI is doing. Create a context file on the project. Definitely. Awesome. Okay, so some really great tips and hints there. AI is a friend, way for endless possibilities. Yeah, I agree. It is a friend most of the time. Lots of great tips there. I will share these out with you specifically at when we send a follow-up email. All right. Thank you all very much for taking the time. Let's hop back into the presentation now. So section number 2. Terminator has joined the chat. Love it. Section number 2. Let's talk about prompt engineering and AI agents for developers. So this is going to be all about just some general prompt engineering tips about getting the AI to write better code and really how to kind of utilize agents in a most effective way. By the way, for anybody asking for the survey link, whoops, let me go back here and I will add the exercises link one more time to the chat. Okay. Basically everything that you need can be found in here. Okay. The survey is right here. Okay. So let's talk about some general prompting tips. We'll start by listing out some simple rules. Okay, and then we'll take a look at a more practical case study example. Okay, so we'll just name some general rules, and then we'll take a look at kind of a little small case study that I put together to actually implement some of those rules. Okay, rule number one is provide examples. This is extremely important. The best way for the AI to understand what you're shooting for is for you to provide an example of what you're shooting for, right? There are different types of prompts, and they're categorized in these three categories. There is zero-shot prompts, where you provide no example. There are one-shot prompts, where you provide a single example. And then there are few-shot prompts, where you provide several different examples. Okay? Let's see each one of these in action real quick. So zero-shot prompting is just when there's no example whatsoever. For example, you say, convert this string to camel case, and then the AI outputs it. Okay, this isn't technically wrong. Or excuse me, this is technically wrong because it output it in Pascal case, not camel case. Now, zero-shot prompting isn't always going to produce a bad output. Sometimes it's just fine. But if you find yourself continually getting a bad input for a certain use case with zero-shot prompting, that's a good hint that you need to move on to one-shot prompting. Okay, so one-shot prompting works something like this. You provide an example of what you're looking for. So in this case, providing the snake case and then moving it to the camel case. And now convert this to the camel case. And so then the AI outputs it correctly. So in the case when one-shot prompting doesn't work, or in the case where zero-shot prompting doesn't work, try one-shot prompting, providing examples. Okay. However, these one-shot promptings usually pretty good, but they don't always handle edge cases. They're not always consistent. So you might want to move on to few-shot prompting, where you provide more than one example. Okay. Once again, this doesn't mean always do few-shot prompting. Okay. Sometimes if if you're having to do few-shot prompting every single time, you might end up, spending more time writing your prompt than just writing the code, right? But it does mean that if you find the AI is continually doing bad at a certain task, it might be worth giving several examples. And these several examples don't always have to exist in the immediate prompt that you're typing out. They can exist as a Cursor rules file. So rules files in Cursor are just kind of they're markdown files essentially that you can just add into the context very, very easily. So I don't have a slide for that, but I can show you real quickly because it seems like I see a lot of people who are at level 1 and level 2. So I think rules files will be very interesting for you. I think those who are at level 3 and level 4 already are probably pretty familiar with them already. But here inside of Cursor and all of the different IDE solutions out there have their own variety of this, right? It's typically just where they're stored and what they're named. But essentially these rules files, okay, they're just markdown files that you use to steer the LLM away from common mistakes that it makes or tell them about coding preferences, that you have for your project. For example, this rules file, I have my rules files typically broken up by kind of like concern for my application. So for example, I have a rules file for API concerns. I have a rules file for database concerns. I have a rules file for pages concerns and testing concerns, so on and so forth. So I can easily add in these different rules files when I'm working on a specific task. Okay. These can also be kind of added in all kinds of different ways. So you can tell with this kind of metadata right here, you can tell Cursor to always apply the rules file, always add it to the context, or only add it to the context when certain file types, file locations in your, Shay front matter. Certain file types, in your project are being worked on, things like that. But yeah, these rules files then can be automatically picked up by the AI depending on this front matter that you provide, or when you're chatting with your AI, you can mention these rules files. So you're still maintaining a pretty big, portion of control and giving it more context. So these rules files are what I would suggest to use to have those few shot examples in. I would never write a few shot example in the prompt. I would find that the AI is bad at something over time and eventually provide, a few shot example in a rules file that I could just then drop in. Okay. Okay, cool. All right, so just a quick recap on some of these examples and prompting. 0 shots, it's the fastest, of course. Give it a try. If it doesn't work, though, 1 shot helps tune your style with just 1 example, and then a few shots build consistency through different patterns. Yeah, and as Josiah mentions in the chat, most of the different IDs and out there have some sort of rules file paradigm. I think Claude calls it Claude.md or something like that. One of them's agent.md. There's all kinds of different flavors. Okay, do remember, add your chat to the Q&A tab if you have a question so that I can pick those based on popularity. Okay. Another good rule for prompting is use XML for grouping concerns. If you've got a lot of information in one prompt, it helps the AI to better understand the different sections of your prompt if you wrap pieces in XML. This can be both in the prompts that you're doing inside of your IDE to write code, or in the prompts that you're sending as part of your application's code, like when you actually have AI integrated into your application. Honestly, that's when I do it the most. But yeah, just wrapping different parts inside of these XML tags kind of really scopes it down and says, hey, this is specifically what this block of text is talking about. This is specifically what this block of text is talking about. Okay, and all of the AIs, this is recommended by Anthropic's prompting guide, but I've found that it works with all the different AIs out there. Okay. Markdown headings are also good for grouping. Of course, they don't give start and end delimiters quite as expressly as XML, but I've found that markdown headings also work pretty good as well. But the whole point is really, make sure what you're sending to the AI is very well structured and has clear differentiation in, when one concern ends and another begins. Okay. So yeah, cursor rules or whatever your flavor it is, we just mentioned this a moment ago. The past 2 tips are even more useful in those rules files than in direct prompts. Does anybody need any further explanation on cursor rules at this time? I will check the Q&A now. I know I'm breaking protocol just a little bit, but does anybody in the Q&A, does anybody have any further rules on or further questions on the cursor rules? Throw that in the Q&A now and upvote it. How do I give AI oversight? I haven't used View. I'm interested in recording, looking for cursor rules. I don't see any more questions about cursor rules specifically, so we'll save those more to the end. If they pop up and rise to the top. Another prompt rule that has worked for me is don't let the AI start from scratch every time. It's super, super tempting, especially when you're first starting out with AI, to just let AI generate like everything. Because usually in the beginning, it actually, if you start from scratch in the very beginning, it usually generates from scratch very well. But then as soon as you start adding on a little bit more complexity, it starts to fall apart. And so what I mean by don't let AI start from scratch every time is use existing tools, use existing code, use existing libraries. One thing that I found really helpful, and you'll see this in the example code that I'm going to share with you for the exercises, is to generate new things from a template. So inside of our exercise project, we have this templates directory, and I have folders for boilerplate code for new API endpoints, for new resources, which are just all the CRUD operations for API endpoints, for new components, so that the AI doesn't have to start from scratch. It can generate something with this boilerplate code and see my preferences and my preferences and the patterns that exist for my project inside of the boilerplate. So they can start from a place that I'm really happy with, right? Hygen is a really great tool and what I've used in the example project for generating this code from templates. Okay, definitely suggest you check out Hygen if you haven't already. By the way, this just brings up a really interesting point. When you mix traditional development with AI, that's when you get the best results. Okay, when you mix traditional development with AI, that's when you get the best results. Don't let AI do everything by itself. Okay, so Hygen is able to generate code from templates. It uses EJS for templating variables, conditionals, and so on. And essentially, it produces deterministic results. I'm going to get the same boilerplate code for a component every single time with certain variables changed, like the file name, and so on and so forth. And I found that adding comments inside of this boilerplate to kind of indicate where AI can do what with that code, like fill out the logic here or create your state here, things like that, kind of helps keep the AI on track in terms of sticking with your standards. And since agents can run commands, you just make sure that your cursor rules let them know about your available Hygen commands. So for example, inside of one of my cursor rules, I have exactly this line right here. Whenever you're doing a task A, start by running the command, whatever the command is. And you can see that here inside of our actual project. So for API MDC, here's our rules. It says when creating new resources like users, posts, etc., use the following command to bootstrap all of the CRUD API endpoints. And then always read the created files for more direction. Feel free to delete any that end up not being used. Okay. All right. So starting from some templates can be very useful. Also mention files as examples. Once again, we're not starting completely from scratch. If you want it to follow your conventions that you're already doing inside of a project, give it an example of something that you like that is similar to what you're trying to accomplish. So for example, user prompt could be add a calendar component. Then the AI output for that might be a maybe working component that probably doesn't follow many of your project conventions. Instead, what you could do is create a calendar component, read 2 or 3 existing component files for inspiration, especially, and then mention the file that you think is most like what you're trying to accomplish. This really focuses the AI in and helps it understand. It's only sensible, right? So the AI output, in this case, in my experience, is a more likely working version of your component that does follow more of your conventions. Do try to limit your request scope. Don't ask for a full-on app with all the best bells and whistles all at one time. Go one step at a time. It's going to give you better, more solid results. For example, if I were to ask the AI, and it depends on what you're going for. If you do want a more general scaffolding of something, ask for that more general scaffolding. What I mean by that is like, let's say you're building a chat interface. You could just ask it to build out the whole chat interface, hook it up to a backend and all this, but expect that your actual UI is probably going to look fairly simple, right? But if you want your UI to have a way to download the chat messages, a way to upload images along with each chat message. If you want all the more detail, these are things you're really going to want to do in a very focused prompt. Okay. Because if you put too much in there and expect all the stuff right out of the box, it's just not going to happen. It's exactly right, John. As it turns out, AI is a lot like us. Okay. Why did I put that slide in there? Oh, okay, yeah, fun GIF. Why do I say this? Well, because we have control issues? No, just because if we ask it to do all these different things, it's not going to do it very well. But when we ask it to do a limited scope of things, it will do it a lot better. So for example, you could first brainstorm with the AI to get essential features. This is a super easy thing to do. I do it all the time. Sometimes I like to do it inside of a browser-based chat like ChatGPT, just because there's this really clear distinction for me, as this is brainstorming and then everything else is actually writing code. But sometimes I do it directly inside of Cursor. It's really simple. Just use the word brainstorm in there. Brainstorm some ideas with me. What should this include, right? Then maybe start with database tables. Then maybe create API endpoints. Then write tests for those API endpoints. Then create a UI or components that are ready to work, but don't necessarily speak with that API. And then, kind of do it step by step, and don't just give it everything at one time. Okay, so now let's take a quick look at a little case study that I did for kind of proof testing some of these insights. Now it is a fairly simple blog, but the blog, and you can find this, by the way, inside of the code that I'm going to share with you in just a minute. Or actually, it's already in that exercise doc. The repo is in that exercise doc. You can check out the AIDD post example branch and see the actual code that I've written here. It is a simple blog, but it has API documentation. It has some tests. It's not just this vibe coded thing. Okay. So how did I make this little blog? Well, first of all, I did skip the brainstorming step since this is such a common scenario. Okay. So by the way, yes, I know a blog is pretty simple, but I've used this same or similar rules in other larger production contexts successfully. And just for full transparency here, I do work primarily on content-related material and exercise projects. So a lot of the projects I'm working on are smaller scale projects, but I do also do freelance for some clients on the side on production-ready Nuxt applications. So while the majority of my time is not spent on these big projects, I do use AI to write production-ready code for real clients. So I just do want to put that out there so you know where I'm coming from. Okay. So as I'm building this blog, this was the workflow that I took. I started out by creating the database concerns. So here was my prompt. Okay. I want to create a dummy blog. I want to store post in a DB table post. Can you help me set up the schema and the seeds? And then notice I tagged my database rules file. Okay, so I'm still maintaining a high level of control here and making sure that it has the context that I want it to have. Okay, over inside of the project, you can see what that rules file looks like. Here's database. Okay, it says this project uses Drizzle as a database RRM. It points it to where the Drizzle schema can be found. I've found this is so super helpful, right? If you keep up with your database schema somewhere in your project, you absolutely should, by the way. And whenever you're working on a database centered task, just mention your schema. Mention where the schema is so that it can read it and it can know what it looks like and see what's already there. And this would work for any framework that allows you to define your schema in a file, right? In a TypeScript file or in a PHP file or whatever. Okay. Then I said changes to the schema should be made in the schema file, and then run npx drizzlekit push to update the database. So I'm telling it how to actually push those changes of my schema. On the server side, call an auto-imported use DB function. And I have to mention this because this is not a Nuxt convention, right? This is just something Nuxt doesn't have a opinionated ORM solution. And so I have to make out some of these rules for myself. And then I tell it how to create the seeds. And here is a great example of a one-shot prompt. Okay, I'm providing a single example of how to write a seed. Okay. Notice I also mentioned how to run the seeds. Okay. So that was my first prompt. I want to create a dummy blog, and I want to store the post. I want to store the post in a DB table called post. And then I added those rules in. Okay, notice that I am limiting the scope to the database concerns. In my prompt, I'm saying, can you help me set up the schema and the seeds? I'm being specific about the scope that I want it to work in. I don't want it to touch UI. I don't want it to touch, tests. I don't want it to touch, any of those other concerns. And I'm giving it human-guided specific context. Okay, here is my database rules. We just looked at those. So the result of this, prompt was I got a TypeScript error, as you do when you're working with AI sometimes. It doesn't always get it right exactly the first time, but it was very easily fixed by hand after a couple failed attempts from the AI. This was inside of my seeder. Okay. The result, after just one prompt and then a couple little back and forth, debugging issues that I ultimately just fixed myself. After pushing that change and running npx DrizzleKit Studio in order to get a nice visual view of my database. So DrizzleKit Studio is just a browser-based SQL client, super easy to run. My database table was set up with the proper structure. Okay, so essentially we had a couple different prompts, one to create and one to attempt the TS fix. We had one manual fix, about 10 minutes of work. There's room for improvement, yes. Give the LLM more info about how to run seeds itself, which I actually ended up doing in my cursor rules eventually. But yeah, within less than 10 minutes, I had a working database set up. So that was concern number one. Concern number two was getting the API endpoints. So here was my prompt after I moved on from the database. My prompt was, okay, forget the TS issue. I fixed it. By the way, notice this is very important. If you manually fix something, oftentimes you're going to have to let the AI bot know about it. Otherwise, it might just overwrite what you just did. Okay, I've done this plenty of times. So if you manually do something and you're staying within the same chat, okay, if you create a new chat, it's not a problem. But if you stay within the same chat, do just tell it, hey, I changed this. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now let's set up API endpoints for each of these for the post resource. Give me the full CRUD operations, and then I tag the @API MVC rules. Okay. Once again, I'm very specific about what I want. Okay. These are the API rules that I used. We already kind of looked at this just a little bit. All API endpoints follow the Open API specification. So this is kind of the same thing that I was talking about a little bit earlier. Don't let the AI do everything. Use existing specifications out there. Use existing tooling so that it doesn't have to think everything from scratch. Okay. I told it to bootstrap these API routes with my template files. And I ensured the AI knew what it was working with. So I said, always read those created files after running the hygen command. Okay. And my result, because I used the template with placeholder content in it, plus in that placeholder content had a spot for Open API documentation, I now had both the actual running endpoint and documentation for documenting and playing with that endpoint. Okay, so you can see that exactly right here. So if I open up posts and then index, nope, that's a component. I'm sorry. Let's open up server API posts. You'll see I have a CRUD endpoint for each of my different posts, and all of these were created with that one prompt. Okay, and for each post, I have some Open API parameters describing what the payload for the post looks like and what the responses for the payload looks like. This is possible because under the hood, Nuxt uses a web server or a server called Nitro. And in my nuxt.config file, I have the Nitro experimental feature open API set to true. And what this does is it allows me to define my open API specs directly inside of my my API implementations. So I found this works really well because the AI is working with the source code for that API endpoint, and it's working for the documentation for that API endpoint all in one place. So if we're ever working directly with this file, it gets the context for both, and it can easily make sure they stay in sync. Okay? So notice it's absolutely not perfect, and I didn't review all of these, by the way. It did leave some to-do comments in there. So these to-do comments were inside of my template files, right? Yeah, let's take a look at the... So because I have that Open API thing enabled, we automatically have the scalar version of the documentation. Notice here I have posts, API/post/ID. There's their delete request. Here is what that does. Here's the path parameters that it takes. Here are what responses look like. And then I can do the same thing. So underscore scalar is your one option for the docs. And then underscore swagger is this version that a lot of people have probably seen before. The scalar looks a lot nicer, but swagger has been along a lot longer and is a little less buggy. So these docs are really great. And then, of course, you can actually go and test out. Let's see, where is it? Here it is. Try it out. Execute. Please provide the following things. ID is required. This is for chat. So this is actually a different API endpoint that I set up for a later exercise. For posts, let's just get all the posts, right? I'll say try it out and execute it. And yeah, here we have the real response from my API. So because we haven't relied on the AI to do everything, we've provided it with some boilerplate. We've provided it with some tools that we already know work well. We're able to get all this extra stuff very easily. Okay. Yeah, this is I did have an issue with the scalar style API docs. I'm sending down an error property with all my responses, just because it kind of follows a Nuxt convention with when you throw an error. But I'm setting an error property to a Boolean, even for successful responses to false. But scalar was saying those are always going to be true. And I found out it's actually just a limitation of how scalar works. Anyways, summary of this prompt. So in one prompt and about 10 minutes worth of work and just sitting there and testing things, I had working API endpoints and documentation for those API endpoints. Which, by the way, because I've set things up the way I did, I also can now go to open_openapi.json. And here's a JSON version of my API docs, right? So now at this point, I can fairly easily drop this into my LLM and just say, hey, if you need to check something with the API, you can very, very easily check out its interface right here. Okay, so a little bit of a bonus call out. Cursor decided on its own to run curl requests for each of the different API endpoints to test, and I thought this was absolutely beautiful. I gave it no direction to go and test these things itself, but because I was using Claude for Sonnet, which remember I mentioned a few minutes ago, I've been having great success with, even over Gemini. Because I was using Claude for Sonnet, it actually just went and used its its execution tools to execute a bash command and run a curl request to my API endpoint to test the results before it decided it was done, which was really cool. Which gave me an idea. If you're working on an app with authentication, you should probably really engineer a way for the AI to send auth headers to impersonate a logged in user, or provide a way for AI in development mode to bypass authentication as a custom user, so that they can easily make these types of requests and check that the work on their API is working as expected. Okay, so the next thing I did was work on my the test for my API endpoints. So now within the same chat, I said, now write tests for the API endpoints. I was a little bit more open with this one, right? And notice that it picked up on my testing file automatically without me recommending it. So this is the difference between some of the, this is the difference between the rules that you make for your different cursor cursor rules. So in here in .cursor, notice this selection right here. So if I go to apply intelligently, this is when it just decides on its own based on a description that it needs to include these rules in the context. Okay. And notice when I go to testing, that's exactly what I have selected. Apply intelligently. Okay. I do find that there's got to be a balance here. Your temptation in the very beginning, is to apply all things intelligently, right? But you'll find after a while, you'll think, you're in the mindset that, when you're working with traditional programming, you can lay up rule by rule by rule. You can layer up condition by condition, and that's not a problem. You can keep doing that infinitely. But that's not so with AI rules. Okay, if you start loading up more and more and more context, it's eventually going to fail. Okay, it's just too much and it confuses it. So do be aware of that. Okay, so here are my rules files, my testing rules for the API tests. So I say, if ever in doubt, use the context7 MCP or search the web to write a unit test. I found that it couldn't always write unit tests successfully by itself, so I gave it a couple tools to work with to get more information to help debug things. So what is context7? Context7 is an MCP that provides up-to-date documentation for LLMs and AI code editors. Essentially, it's like indexing open source code on GitHub, and it's reducing its documentation down to semantically searchable markdown files. Okay, so all of the, and this is the latest stuff, right? This is fresh from GitHub. This isn't what the LLM was trained on 6 months ago. So what you can do is you can install this MCP right here. So let me close some of these files. And I will open up, so in Cursor, I do Shift-Command-P to open up the command palette, and then I'll type in Open MCP Settings. And right here is where you can add new MCPs. So notice I have Puppeteer installed. This is absolutely essential. Puppeteer is going to allow your AI bot, your agent, to boot up an actual browser, take screenshots to verify things are looking as it needs to. It's going to allow your AI to inspect console logs of running code in the browser. But Context7, I guess this is the one I really want to focus on, is this is this tool that we mentioned right here. And Context7 allows you to go and get that documentation. Notice right here that it has two tools available. It has the Resolve Library ID tool, and it has the Get Library Docs tool. Essentially, this is what it's going to call most often in order to find the docs for a particular library that you're wanting to use. Okay. In order to add this MCP to your IDE, you just open up the Cursor settings. You can do add new MCP server right here, or you can edit an existing one. And all of these MCP servers, it's just a JSON configuration object, okay? And the configuration that you need is just always available inside of the documentation for these different MCP servers. So all you do is copy and paste it into this file, and that's it. Super, super easy to do. So MCPs, if you've heard the term, but you don't know what it is, MCPs, at a most practical level, are really simple. They're just a way to provide external tools to your IDE, okay? Just a way for your IDE to use external tools to either gather more context or to do actions outside of the context of your IDE. Okay. One thing that I will note here is when you're using some of these MCPs, the AI, the agent, won't always just pick up on the fact that it's available, right? And it won't just pick up on the fact that it's a good time to use it. So that's why a lot of times you'll need to kind of be a little bit specific. And that's exactly why right here, I was very specific in my rules file. Okay, use context 7 MCP. So if you think an MCP will be useful, mention it. Cool. So then I just said that my unit tests are written in VTest, my end-to-end tests were written in Playwright, and they're stored right here. By the way, you can also, inside of your rules files, you can point the LLM to other helpful files. You don't have to keep all of your stuff inside of your rules. If for one reason or another, it's useful to store it elsewhere, within your rules files, you can point to other files, and the AI will pick up on that. Okay, so the result of this prompt to write tests for my API was that I had a suite of unit tests that fairly accurately tested many of the endpoints. Okay, it created those API tests in the exact right place, in the place that I told it to in the rules file, because my API hygiene template run by the previous prompt did include an API test boilerplate file. Okay, so let's look through just a couple of the tests. That is right over here. So inside of tests, and then end-to-end, and then API posts. Okay. It tried to get the /API/post route. It checked to see if the status was 200. It checked to see if error was false. So that's really cool. It knew about my project-based convention of having that error property on the response object. It checked to see if there was a status message, a particular status message. It expected that the data would be passed, and so on and so forth. And it wrote, I want to say it was upwards of 27 of these tests for all of my different CRUD API endpoints. But I know you're dying to know how many of these tests actually passed. 29 out of 33 did. Only 4 of them failed. And upon looking through them, I didn't do a super thorough review, just because I was mainly focusing on preparing for this workshop. But all the ones that I did review were testing actual real things. It wasn't just like expect true to be true, right? And 29 out of 33 of them passed. So this is a huge jump start on writing your unit tests. And that's right. Someone does mention that the successful test could also be bad test. Don't always trust the AI. Do review it. And this code is available for you. All the code that I'm showing you right now is available for you inside of the repo that's in that exercises file. So if you want to review it yourself and see how well the AI did, check it out. Okay. This was the result after running npm run test E2E. So it used Playwright just like I told it to run those API endpoint tests. And you can see that most of them passed, and there's a lot more down here that did as well. It ran pretty slowly, to be honest. So I could probably swap out my API test for some less robust solution. Playwright is probably too much. It boots up browsers and things like that. A little unnecessary. I could probably test with just fetch and, and vtest. But once again, make sure, one of the things you want to spend a lot of time on to begin with, especially if you're starting a new project, is make sure kind of the system has a lot of good common patterns in place so that the AI can follow those patterns easily time and time again. Okay. Okay. So a summary of the API test in one prompt and in about 30 minutes of work. Yes, this one took me longer than I expected, basically because I tried too long to fix the broken tests by getting the test runner to reseed the database before it started, and the test runner was just awfully slow. So there was a lot of room for improvement in this step. But if things were set up correctly to begin with, it probably would have gone a lot smoother. And I went to lunch on this one too. So that's a really nice thing about AI. You can prompt it right before lunch, and when you come back, see what happened. Okay, so my next step in this process was to prompt for the UI creation. This was my prompt here. So great, the API is working well. Now let's create a route/posts that displays the paginated post in a list, and /post/ID that displays the individual post content. Once again, I am super specific. And I did tag the rules that concerned component creation and page creation. So full disclosure here, I did a couple of similar prompts just before this that errored out. To fix it, it took me a little bit of time. So I did have to make an adjustment to the component rules. I had made a big mistake when copying and pasting those rules from a couple of different other projects. Then I restored to before that message and tried with a tighter, more specific prompt. So nobody's perfect. It's going to take some tailoring and experimenting when writing these prompts. But Cursor, anyways, makes this very easy. So for example, here is a chat. Actually, that chat only has a single message in it. Let's open a different one. Which one has, zoom out just a little bit, which one has a previous message in it? That one's only one message as well, isn't it? So I'm trying to find a message there where I gave it one prompt, it did some things, and then I gave it one more prompt. So I'm pressing Command N, by the way, to get to a new chat window. And then you can view all your past chats with this little bit right down here. This might be a good one. So yeah, right here. So Cursor makes this really easy. If you want to just completely undo something that it just did and go to a previous state in your chat, you can just hit this restore checkpoint button, and it will take you back to that state before it did the things, that it did right here. Awesome. Okay. By the way, if anybody has a good strategy, ooh, my knee, y'all. I was sitting on my leg, and now my knee is killing me. I don't know if I'm the only one who does this, but yeah, I'll sit on my leg sometimes during the day, and then I go to get up, and my leg is completely asleep, and I just it takes everything in me not to just fall over because my leg is numb. You didn't want to know that. Sorry. So if anybody has a good strategy for easily sharing prompts between different projects and keeping them all up to date, I would really love to hear that. I mean, obviously we have tools like NPM, but as far as I know, there's not a really good way to share those rules and place them in the right place inside of your project. I guess you could just write a Cursor rule that says, go read all the rules from this file path to the node modules, and that might work. I don't know. Somebody try it out. Let me know on social media. I'm Daniel Kelly _IO on Twitter. Shout out to me. I would love to know if that actually works. But yeah, I had a problem copying and pasting, because I do have a lot of rules in a lot of different projects that have kind of grown apart. Okay, so my components rules file looks something like this. It says shadcn view is installed and all of its components are stored in a particular directory. They can be used for most common UI elements. I've found that if you start with a fairly well-known UI library in your framework of choice, a lot of times the AI can work with that a lot better than just creating all the components from scratch, right? Then I kind of told it some organization and naming conventions. This is my components rules file. I told it to add all of my components by feature within a app components directory. Then once again, I gave it some examples. So in this case, I said, this is what the directory structure should look like for a user-based components. So here I have app/components/user, and then all the components dealing with the user profile should be under a folder called user profile, and they should have the same name, that same prefix as the parent directory. Okay. So it's always nice just to give, some good direction on how you want your files to work. Especially a lot of us are working in, frameworks like React or Vue or Angular these days. If it's not quite sure, if you have a opinionated way of organizing those components, it's great to give it some examples of how that works. Then I also gave it some component definition rules. Some of these are very Nuxt specific. Some of them could apply to any framework. So for example, create small and focused components, ideally under 50 lines. Break complex logic down into composables or utility functions. Always use TypeScript to define all your components. Use TypeScript to define component props and emits. This is a Vue specific thing, but this is actually really helpful for anything framework agnostic. Use JS docs to document component props and emits. So you have documentation right there in your IDE for using those components. Awesome. So a few other things in there that are kind of more Vue specific. This is maybe a good example of one thing you'll find yourself doing with these rules very often is writing them reactively. What I mean by that is you'll see that the AI gets something wrong 1, 2, 3 times, and then you'll come to one of these rules files and you'll write a rule to address that error. Okay, and that's exactly what I did right here. Okay, I found that it was working with template refs and confusing text areas. The shadcn text area component with a native text area. And so I created these rules around template refs to prevent that confusion. I also told it about Nuxt icons being installed. So Nuxt icons is just this official Nuxt module that provides support for all the Iconify icons in a Nuxt project with one simple component. And I told it that's available to use for icons. I told it a little bit about how styling works with shadcn because I found it was confused just a little bit on that. And I did give it some, told it about some of my preferences for data fetching. So I said, prefer to fetch data at the page level most of the time and keep components free from network requests as it makes them easier to test. Okay. By the way, because I used shadcn and some of these style kind of rules, check this out. I haven't tested this to see if it actually works, but I think it should. So here I have the project running. Here is the that post page that I created with these prompts. And if I go to CSS, tailwind.css, so because I'm using shadcn, it keeps up with theming variables like this. Here it is. So this is my light theme. and it's just a bunch of CSS variables. So I'm going to copy, or not copy, but hover over all this, hit Command K, and I'm going to say something like, change this to a charcoal theme, and hit enter. Okay. So you'll notice it's changing out all of those CSS variables. And when I go back over to the browser, do I have to accept? I might have to accept it. Why is that going so slow? I don't know. Yeah, let's just go ahead and accept. Blog without dark mode. It does have styles for a dark mode. I just didn't actually enable the. There's no way to add that class to the HTML element as of now. But that's the beauty of using ShadCN. All that dark mode, light mode stuff is already there out of the box. But yeah, here is my blog now themed differently at the request of AI. So all it did was change out those variables, right? I could try something else. Let's keep going back here. Let's try change this to a, I don't know, a pretty pink theme, and see what it comes up with. Really, the whole point of what I'm doing here is to really impress that if you build your project on the right foundations of existing human written code, you can do some really amazing things with AI. I'm not sure why my hot module reloading is not working. That's weird. Oh, I didn't save the file. That's why. Oh no, it missed the, it did bad things. I think I forgot, I didn't highlight some of that there. Okay, let's make sure we've highlighted all that. Hit Command K, and let's change to a pretty pink theme, something like that. I don't know. By the way, you bring up this command palette with Command K, and then you can either reject its changes, accept its changes, or add follow-up information, and you can choose which model you want to use right here. Okay, this might be one reason it's not working as well as I want it to. I have GPT-4o selected. I've found that Gemini or Claude does a better job. So not sure why I have that selected. But yeah, let's accept it. Yeah, there's a interesting, pretty pink theme now for my blog. Anyways. Here's my pages, rules, files. We won't go through that. And of course, the result was a blog. It did get a little carried away. It created a homepage too. No problem. We could just remove that with Git. Actually didn't. So that's why we can still see it and the running thing. But it did create a nice looking searchable post, and it did use those ShadCN components. By the way, this search right here, if you inspect the console in the terminal, this all totally actually goes to the back end. It uses the API correctly. So it's actually hooked up quite well. And we also were given the single post page in this with this prompt, but the content wasn't parsed. And so it did take some more prompting to add some markdown support there. Cool. And yeah, then I had markdown support, fairly easy, and a couple more prompts. Okay, so the UI summary here is, it took about 3 to 4 prompts to get working exactly how I wanted it to. It took about 40 minutes of work, but that copy paste issue that I had, remember, really made up a bulk of that time with the component rules. But after fixing those component prompts, really it only took 1 prompt to create all this and about 5 minutes of work. So you can see that when you break down the steps, sure, we don't get this big, beautiful vibe-coded, one-shot thing just right out of the box, but we can get something that has API documentation, tests, and all these like developer level things that are needed for what we know to be, real world production apps, and not just this vibe coded stuff. Okay, here are a few other miscellaneous tips, prompting tips that I have heard. So Stephen asks, I know I'm breaking protocol again, but Stephen asks, how long does it take to write rules? Honestly, rules are something you build up over time. You share them with other people and you build them up over time. Because if you go in thinking you're going to create the perfect rule set, it's just not going to happen. It's something you build up over time, and you learn and you write in response to what AI produces in your project. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to break my rule. The chat is tempting me, but yeah, put those questions in the Q&A section, y'all, and I will grab the most upvoted ones. So some miscellaneous prompting tips that I've heard or experienced myself. Ask AI if it's familiar with something, or asking AI to develop with your favorite solution X, whatever that may be. Ask if it's familiar with it. Okay. And if it gives you a yes answer and some good examples of how it thinks it works, and that checks out with what you know, then maybe proceed. If not, and it's just totally blowing smoke and doesn't know about it, then you can say something like, well, recommend some other tools that accomplish the same thing that you are familiar with. Okay. Create checklist for complex tasks. Ask the LLM to create a task list as a markdown file and keep up with its progress. This was a tip courtesy of Eli Steinbach. He's the founder of Inbox Zero, which was a #1 product of the day on Product Hunt. And I found that it worked quite well for me. Okay. Asking the AI to keep up with a checklist, a task list, to mark things off as it goes, works very, very well to keep it on task. This is the task list that I use. It's inside of the project code here. So we've got tasklist.mdc, and you can copy and paste it and use it for yourself. And then I found that it works very well. My apologies. But if you're using Cursor, they did just come out with a checklist or a to-dos built-in feature. It actually works pretty nicely. I've tried this out and forgone the task list for the past couple weeks, and this actually works pretty well too. So notice in the screenshot here, it's got to-dos, and then it kind of checks them off as it goes through it. Okay. All right. Add links to GitHub READMEs. If you found that the AI isn't familiar with something, it's easy enough to just go and grab the raw GitHub README from a tool that you want to use and paste that URL to the raw README into the agent. Use NI, however you say this, to avoid mix-ups about package managers. If you have the luxury of only working on 1 or 2 projects, you probably have a common package manager used for all of them. It's not a problem for you. But if you're working on a lot of different projects or contributing to open source and you're touching a lot of different projects, just use NI. This is a project created by Anthony Fu, and it's a package manager agnostic CLI tool for installing packages, running your scripts, and things like that. So I just have inside of my, so if I open up, where is it? Settings. So if I open up Cursor settings and go to rules and memories, here under user rules, you can add rules that apply to every single project. Okay, so the .cursor/rules file, this one right here, gives you rules for specific projects. Your user rules that are managed inside of your Cursor settings apply rules to every single project that you open up, right? So I just have this user rule saying use knee as a one-size-fits-all command for PM, PM, NPM, and yarn, and I just pasted in some of the docs for it. Okay. So yeah, now it never runs PMPM in a project that I'm using NPM in, and something doesn't work, and it just uses more tokens trying to figure out what's going on. So I found that to be very helpful. Yeah, once again, don't start from scratch. Use existing component libraries. Use API standards like OpenAPI. Consider asking agents to use TDD. For example, create a new component X, use TDD to develop it, ensure you account for edge cases. I've heard that this works really well. Haven't tested that myself, but I've heard that works really well. Use TypeScript and ESLint as much as possible. Okay, TypeScript and ESLint reveal errors at the line and file level, right? So they're very, very specific errors that can give the agent very good direction on what's wrong. Of course, it depends if you're using another language like PHP. Make sure you're using things that are, classes that that have certain properties and methods on them. Things that trigger those errors in your IDE. The AI can see that context and use it to help debug. Okay, so these tools bring relevant context to the agents at just the right time. It's absolutely crazy. In the beginning, when you're first dabbling with AI, you think there's like this secret sauce, right? But then after a few months of working with it, you just realize that context is king. The most relevant context and the most scoped context you can give it for the task that it has at hand, the better it's going to produce. Okay, and that's what these tools, TypeScript and ESLint, do for you. So if you don't know TypeScript, if you just know JavaScript, learn TypeScript. Install ESLint in your projects. Make sure you're using your framework-specific rules for your projects, but also create your own custom rules for your specific project patterns. I've never created ESLint rules in my life. I did so just a week or two ago, and I found that it really helps the AI guide. It really helps guide the AI better in very specific context. Okay. And by the way, I used the AI to help me write the rules, so I didn't have to do it from scratch. When you're prompting for UI creation, make sure to use screenshots to show what you want or what an error is doing. So inside of my cursor chat, I can open up my Finder window here, and I can drag a screenshot in. Oops, I don't know why it didn't take there. There it goes. Okay, I can drag a screenshot in. It doesn't really matter what I uploaded here, but then I can tell it, hey, this is what I'm seeing in the browser. Notice X isn't right. Okay, and this is a lot easier than describing the issue. Just actually show the AI the issue. Okay, so when you're developing AIs or UIs, use screenshots to tell it what's going on wrong or to show it what you want. If there's a particular layout of a page of one of your competitors that you really like, take a screenshot of it, add it right here in cursor and say, duplicate this page, or create a layout similar to this page. Use the Playwright MCP to give agents insight into the browser console logs and UI rendering. I think I've mentioned that already. Have a component playground to point the model to good examples. This can be Storybook. This could be Histoire. In the case of Vue, I did a talk at Front End Nation not too long ago about combining Histoire with AI. And it's just a way to give the AI more insight and scoped insight into how to use those components. And of course, this gives you a very good way to play with those components in an isolated environment in a way that doesn't necessarily rely on, a back end being hooked up properly and things like that. So this is why I think we as developers are poised and positioned to really benefit from AI more so than the people who are vibe coding. Okay, because we can combine these traditional coding practices with vibe coding or with AI to get even better results than just letting the AI do it all. Okay. I've also found it very useful to add placeholder images using things like pick some photos or Private Just I have a little rules file to have it to do this. It just makes visualizing components with images in them a lot easier. All right, almost done with this section, y'all, and then we will get on to the exercise, and we will, then we will take a break after that because I know we've gone over a ton so far, and you're probably tired of looking at this, at this face. Although the slides are pretty. I worked hard on these slides. I think the slides are pretty. All right. Y'all, I just swallowed water the wrong way. Give me 1 second. Excuse me. All right. So optimizing agent workflows, just a few slides here, and then I'll get to the questions. You can use Git work trees to enable working on multiple tasks at once. Okay, so Git work trees allows you to check out different branches in your repo into their own folders. That way you can send agents off on tasks for specific features just within that folder. Okay, and they won't overlap, and then you can eventually move those back together, right, in a traditional merge. Do always make sure you have this on. This is inside of Cursor settings chat. I make sure I have this enabled. This prevents the agent from creating or modifying files outside of the workspace automatically. So this can't get to my, my sensitive files outside of my project. Make sure this is on. This is an easy win, right? If it's a file inside my project, it's decently fair game. If it's outside, that has nothing to do with my project. Leave it alone. Okay. Also make sure you have this setting on if you want to really take advantage of agents so that you aren't having to sit there and read the whole thing. Add this completion sound setting. Just turn that on and you can prompt it, then walk away for 5-10 minutes, whatever, however long it takes, depending on what you told it to do. And it'll ding in your ear whenever the AI is complete. Memories are also useful now in Cursor, so they can automatically generate memories just based on the chat messages that you've sent before, and it can kind of over time learn your preferences. All right, so let's take a look at the questions. We have quite a few here in Q&A. And I will also check, I will try to go through all of these. And just by the way, if you had a message or if you had a question in the general chat, try to move that over the Q&A now so I don't miss it. Okay, John asks, how do I give AI oversight? It's producing so much. Oh, we did that one earlier. That's the one I forgot to check off there. I know some devs who don't use AI because they believe they're already skilled enough and don't need AI. What do you think about that? I think that's silly. It's a machine. It's going to be faster than us. There's just no mention of how accurate it is or how good it is. We can all agree 100% it's a machine. It's going to be faster than us. And I think we just have to kind of own this reality that we're in right now, right? Adam Wathan, I heard on a YouTube stream the other day. He seemed like he was really dragging his feet on some of the AI adoption stuff. And so perhaps quoting somebody very prevalent in our community would help. But Adam Wathan admitted, he said, straight up, he said, it's just faster. Like, there's no two ways about it. I wrote Tailwind, but it can write Tailwind faster. It's just reality. So we have to own up to it. Is Cursor much more powerful than GitHub Copilot? Is Cursor much more powerful than GitHub Copilot? In my experience, yes. But I haven't used Copilot in a long time. I used Copilot for a little while, but I used it before they introduced the agentic mode. So my experience is that, yes, it is more powerful. And it is also a fork of VS Code, so it has a lot of the VS Code goodies that you're already used to, but because it's a fork, they're not constrained by the plugin interface, by the extensions interface, and so they can do anything they want. So that gives them a little bit more freedom to create better experiences for us, I think. Yeah. Okay. How do you deal with the fact that AI will always focus on yesterday's technology? For instance, AI will hallucinate when it comes to Nuxt 4. Yeah, that's an excellent point, Nathan. So one thing I actually had to do, so our example project that I've created, it is written in, this is a Nuxt specific thing. Maybe some people don't care, but where is Nuxt.config? So in Nuxt.config, I have this future compatibility version set to 4. So this means while I have Nuxt 3 installed because 4 isn't actually released yet, I can't opt in to how Nuxt 4 works. And the way I had to do that was I did have to provide some custom rules. So here I have a general file. And I told it, this file always applies. I told it this is a Nuxt 4 project. And the project follows these directory structure rules. So this was a big difference between how Nuxt 3 works and how Nuxt 4 works. There's this big change in project structure. So I did have to write rules around that. So I imagine what's going to happen is over time, all of your major libraries out there are going to have I just had a brain fart, y'all. They're going to have an MCP available for their latest thing, and you're going to have to install that MCP, or they're going to have some common way to distribute these rules and help augment your LLM until the actual training has been updated. But yeah, in the meantime, you're going to have to do things like providing some of your own custom rules. Nuxt actually does have an MCP, by the way. I have it installed. Or you're going to have to use a tool like Context 7 to help. How do you normally go about creating the rule files? Meaning, how do you know what to add in? Some of the rules you have are very detailed, and I was just curious how to know how detailed to be. Yeah, I think I mentioned this a little bit, but it's really all about experimenting and finding what works for your specific project. And if you're working with a technology, that something like a framework like React or Vue or whatever that other people are obviously using, then you can easily go and find people who have vetted rules that work well for those frameworks. But for the most part, 90% of my rules that I write are reactionary. I write them because I saw the AI do something wrong 1, 2, 3 times. I said, okay, I need to make a rule about this. Okay, what LLM do you recommend for legacy apps? Some companies are still using legacy versions. That's a good question. I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to give a solid I don't know on that. Just because I do have the luxury of working with the latest technologies most of the time in my current position. If anybody else has any info on that, would love to hear about it in the chat. I know we've got a wealth of knowledge sitting in the audience right now. I want to tap into that. Y'all leave your suggestions and comments in the chat. Okay, Alexander asks, how can I make sure the AI doesn't produce slightly different versions of the same code every time I give feedback? That's a really great question. And yes, I have totally experienced this myself, but I have found as the LLMs have moved on in time, a lot of like Claude 4 and the latest Gemini, whatever that is, they don't have a big problem with this. So I think if you're using the latest models, just make sure to keep up with those, and that's a big step in the right direction. But do also feel free to write in your prompts, do not modify any existing code. I've had to do that before. And maybe you have a rules file that kind of covers some of this situation. Maybe you have a rules file for updating existing API endpoints, right? So I have categorized mine by like concern, but you could get even more granular, and maybe you could have a rules file for creating endpoints and another rules file for updating endpoints, or something like that. And it's really just a matter of experimentation and seeing how to organize these rules files. And once again, though, you don't want to just dump all your rules files into the context at one time. It's just going to confuse it and create a bad result. So you want, I think if you get good at organizing these rules files, and knowing when to add those into the chat selectively, then you're going to get pretty good at prompting. Okay. So Jeff asked, I haven't used Vue. Will I be at a disadvantage during this workshop? Not really. We're going to be writing most of our code. We're going to let AI write most of our code for us. And I guarantee you that these latest LLMs are familiar with Vue. So I don't think you'll really be at a disadvantage. Okay. I mean, as you can see in the slides that I've already given you, most of this stuff is framework agnostic advice. So Father Luke asks, is there a schema for XML prompting? No. There's no specific nodes that AI are trained to, work with over any other nodes. The XML is really just about organizing your prompt and really helping it understand your intent and the distinctions between different types of content in your prompt. All right. So Sean mentions, yeah, I'm interested in recording, currently in work, so can't code along. Once again, some of my colleagues have been pasting that in the chat. The recording will be shared in Discord tomorrow. Make sure you join the Discord server. Any of my colleagues that are currently listening to me, I'm sorry you have to listen to me the whole time. But if you would paste that in the chat again, that would be great. Is supervised agentic coding used extensively? I have not heard about it before. Is supervised agentic coding being used extensively? I have not heard about it before. Yes, it totally is. I think this is what a lot of people are doing now. And I don't know, maybe I could look at the results of the survey and get a better answer for you. But really all I mean by supervised agentic coding is I mean that you're entering messages into the chat. You're telling it to do something, create a blog post page. You're hitting enter, and then you're watching it and you're kind of reading it as it goes along, and you're stopping it if it's going the wrong direction. You're right there immediately to try out something that it produced. Maybe you're not watching it every little second, but you're still there to check in on it. You're not just giving it a big task and letting it run in the background. That's what I mean by that supervised agentic coding. That's level 3. And yes, I think a lot of developers are doing it these days. And that's what I've been doing extensively with quite good success. Is AI going to replace developers, and the job market will be hard for fresh grads and juniors? That's a hard question. the very real answer, I think, is that yes. It is going to be harder for new grads and juniors, for fresh grads and juniors. And I only say that because I've read it in news articles that share stats. It's not just, hearsay and feelings. I've read actual news articles from legitimate sources, well-known news sources that say this is already happening. So it's going to be harder for new devs to break in. Absolutely. But do I think that means that developers like us are going to lose our jobs? I don't think so, because I think we're better poised to take advantage of the AI because we know how to better pair it with these traditional tools, as we talked about through that entire last section. Okay. And if we can foster a sense of, in our workplaces, right? In our workplaces, there's always features, there's always things about our applications, our websites that we want to do, but we just don't have time to do it, right? If we foster an environment in our workplaces that AI can now help us do those extra things that everybody has wanted to do, instead of fostering the mindset of, oh, AI can make devs move faster, so let's cut our dev workforce in half because they can do the same work as the full team was before. If we can foster this sense of, hey, now we have the ability to do all the things we want to do, then I think that's going to make a big difference for you personally in your job security. Okay, lost that one. What is the main use for level 4 day-to-day? Is it production ready? I don't think it's as production ready as I would like. Me personally, I have found less success with it than I would like, but I do see people, now this is just on social media, so take it with a grain of salt, but I have seen people who claim that they're getting it to work very well for them. And that is what I'm dabbling more in, because I mean, there's obvious payoffs, right? There's an obvious benefit to being able to set something, forget it, move on to a different task. So I think if you can figure out how to make it work successfully for you, which is going to take some experimenting and learning from others, then this is something you do want to invest time into trying to learn. And it's something I'm investing time in trying to learn. Okay. If you start a new project, do you copy all templates and rules, or do you keep them in a central place? For the most part right now, I have been copying rules from project to project, somewhat on an ad hoc basis, because some of my projects use ShadCN while others don't. And so some rules apply while others don't. But yes, I do need to find a better system for sharing rules. And once again, if anybody has an idea for doing that, I'd love to hear about it in the chat. All using cloud-based, no options for local. For the level 4 autonomous agents, yes, pretty much all of those are cloud-based as far as I'm aware. Can you please share your cursor rules files? Yes, they are inside of this project. And I'll go ahead and share. Here's the repo. Okay, or at least these are the cursor rules files that I added for this project. I do have some other ones that I use for other projects, which you won't necessarily have access to. But this is an easy win for everybody. I'm pasting in the link to that GitHub repo inside of the chat. All the rules files can be found under .cursor/rules. Okay. How to make cursor follow the rules consistently? It tends to forget to follow rules often. Igor, that is spot on. And this is exactly what I'm talking about when I say that you can't just dump all the rules in there, and you can't just build up rules over time and just expect them all to be handled. It just confuses the AI after a while, right? So if you can kind of be strategic about naming your rules files, organizing them, kind of like I've done here, and then attaching them manually at the proper time, at this time, that helps a lot, I think. By the way, I have also found, this is just a quick another tip. I don't know, I don't have a quantitative way of proving this, but it just seems like it worked better. This is the problem with AI sometimes. It's hard to quantify things sometimes. But inside of my general file, so in this general file, I have it set to always apply. So these rules are always added to the context no matter what. I do have at the very end of this file here some little instructions just telling it, hey, these are some of my other cursor rules, and here's a description of what they do. Include them when you think you should. And I found that this helps even above this apply intelligently setting that's in cursor. But like I mentioned, it's kind of a gut feel. It just seems to work better. I don't have a way to quantify that. Okay. How to make cursor follow? Yeah, we just did that one. Oh shoot, I just resolved one that popped in above it. Whoops. Okay. If you had a question that was upvoted, throw it back in there. I just resolved it. I apologize. How do we ensure AI is fair and unbiased? What happens to our data in the age of AI? Will AI take over human jobs? I think we answered the take over human jobs part just a little bit, at least to the extent that I can tell the future. How to ensure AI is fair and unbiased? I think that's more up to the LLM creators. I'm less concerned with that, and I'm more concerned about how I can leverage AI for dev workflows. So I don't have a good answer for that. What happens to our data in the age of AI? Same thing that happened to our data in the age of the internet, right? Things just got less and less private. It's just the way it is. Pandora's box has been opened, and I don't think there's a lot we can do about it. But maybe I'm wrong. I did read an article the other day that Cloudflare is now introducing some blocking for the AI scrapers. Cloudflare AI block content creator. I don't even know where. Yeah, here we go. No, that is a long time ago. 7 days ago. Cloudflare to block AI firms from scraping content by default. And then they've got some kind of scheme to create or to give money back to content creators, since AI, since those content creators, not as many people are landing on their actual pages anymore to see the ads and things like that. So there are, things being done in the space. Cloudflare, I think, powers like 25%, hosts like 25% of the web or something like that. So there are things being done by major players in the game to change how some of that works. Okay. My goodness, we have still a lot of questions. I will. It looks like we've got maybe about 10 more that have more than one vote. So let me take care of those, and then we will break for the exercise and for lunch. This there was a lot more activity here than I thought there would be, which is awesome. Thank you guys for that. I apologize if we don't get to everything that I was hoping to get to. Will the rules file use more tokens? Maybe making it harder for the AI to come up with the right answer? Yes, absolutely. The rules files make it use more tokens because you're adding more context. The more context you add, the more tokens you're sending in the input. How set up cursor rules for front end view projects? So all your cursor rules, they work the same. They just go in this .cursor rules directory. And yeah, it's the same no matter what framework you're in. Okay. Not a question, but someone says, watch your knees, and 6 other people took the time to upvote that. So thank you for that. I feel like the more you prompt the AI, I feel like the more you prompt the AI, the more it loses its mind. It can be really efficient, but as soon as you encounter a problem and correct it, it over focuses on it. What do you do? Yeah, I've found the same to be the case. Always feel free to just tell the AI to forget something, and it'll drop it behind. It'll leave it, and it'll move on to something else, right? Speak with the AI like it's a person. Forget about that thing. It's not an issue anymore. Just like I did with the TypeScript error, now you can focus on something else. Okay, so that's typically what I do. Just literally tell it, forget it, and let's move on to something else, or create a brand new chat, right? Creating a brand new chat is always going to kind of give you that fresh slate. But if you're working on a feature that's connected to things you were just doing, I do like to kind of keep that in the same chat because it helps provide that context. I think under the hood, Cursor is doing some like summarization techniques of previous steps and sending summaries of your, of your previous messages and the output. So sometimes it is good to stay within that same chat. But if it's harping on the same that thing that isn't important anymore, just tell it, forget that part, and let's move on. So Cursor feels just like VS Code paired with GitHub's Copilot agent mode. So what are the core differences under the hood? I can't answer that. I haven't used GitHub Copilot since before it had the agentic mode, which is why I moved to Cursor. But yeah, if anybody else knows, add in the chat. What do you think of the current pricing issues with Cursor? I think they're a new company who have just absolutely exploded in popularity, and they're young guys at that. So I think it's a mistake, but I think it's one they're rectifying, and I don't think it means you should flee Cursor. It's too good. How do you deal with the limited context window of most LLMs? Even Sonnet has 200K token window. Gemini is the only one that worked for me consistently with a large context window. Yeah, that's a great point, Shay. And a really good benefit of Gemini, I think its context window is 1 million, which like outranks the competition by a lot. So that is a big benefit of Gemini. But the way you work around those limited context windows is kind of what we've already mentioned, right? Is just really scoping your request to specifics. And if you need something that does require more context, maybe that's a good, maybe if you find yourself adding 3 or 4 or 5 rules files into your prompt, maybe that's a really good indicator that, hey, I need to choose Gemini to handle this. If you are doing stuff that is well documented on Stack Overflow, level 3 works well. If you do other stuff, level 3 sucks. As new Stack Overflow entries have died down, this is not good news. Your opinion? Yeah, that's fair. You're right. I think it is going to be problematic. I think that let me roll that back. Not so much. It has the context. It has the context in its training set because it's crawled the Stack Overflow. But I think moving forward in the future, it's going to have the context in its training. More so, not because of what it's crawled online, but because of users continually interacting with it, right? And we all know that the LLMs don't just train on a data set once and stop. They continue to evolve as we interact and prompt more and more and more. So as more of us are prompting and putting these issues into the LLM, it's kind of the same thing as the LLM crawling the Stack Overflow. I think that's my non-expert opinion on the matter. Do you need a specific tool for each stack? Do you need a specific tool for each stack? Design, API, database? Do you need yes, yeah. I mean, not a specific one, but you need to have you need to make that decision, I think, before you start building out, right? You need to make the decision of what ORM am I going to use and stick to that ORM throughout the project. and it depends on what stack you're using that decides which ORM you're going to pick. Don't just start prompting the AI to make some of these features like CRUD API routes without some of the underlying technology figured out first. And that's if you don't already have a plan for that, that is something that you can brainstorm with the AI about. How is your experience when you tell your client that you're using AI tools for developing? Are they happy or are they skeptical? They are over the moon happy. I have one primary client, a few other small ones, but one that I do a lot of work for outside of BitterBrains, and they're like all for it. In fact, it helps them be able to go to market better, saying to their customers that our product has, that we're an AI forward company. We're building AI into our products, and we're using AI to move faster and work better for you. That's been my experience. If we don't have new juniors working and learning, I apologize, y'all. I think this is going to have to be the last question of this time period. I will try to answer more at the end or at the next Q&A period. But last one for this time period. If we don't have new juniors working and learning to become intermediate and seniors, how will we have new seniors in a few years? If we don't have new juniors working and learning to become intermediate and seniors, how will we have new seniors in a few years? That's a great question. I don't have a great answer to it, so let me not waste your time. All right. So let's move on now to the exercise for this section. So what I want you to do, I want you to create an interface for a ChatGPT like chatbot, and create the CRUD API endpoints for conversations. Okay, so what that means is I want you to, have your database and your API endpoints set up for creating conversations, deleting conversations, updating conversations. And by conversations, I just mean like in ChatGPT. Well, I have it available. Let's get fine, whatever. We'll do it inside of with our thing for the moment. I just mean like, you can choose conversations from a sidebar, and you can do all the CRUD with these kind of things. And then come up with an API endpoint to, create these kind of messages as well. Okay, I know that seems like a lot, but I want you to see how far you can get just with prompting. Okay, forget traditional stuff. Yeah, you can check and see if it has an error. You can make a manual fix, whatever, but try your best to see how far you get just with prompting. You can use the exercise code base. So that's this GitHub repo right here. Okay, will you open? There it goes. Okay, and I'll paste it in the chat one more time. You are totally welcome to use my boilerplate code. Okay, check out the to-start branch, and this will have that. This will have the blog post stuff in there, but it will not have the chat stuff in there, and so you can prompt it and try to build up the chat stuff yourself. So you can do that in my code base. But if you'd prefer to do it in a different framework, or just a React boilerplate code or something like that, feel free to do that as well. Just try to get all that CRUD stuff going, and you can read through the rest of the prompt for yourself. Okay, I have given 25 minutes for this exercise. Given that we're already 3 hours into the workshop, though, let's do this. I'm going to give you 25 minutes to do the exercise, plus 30 minutes to get lunch, take a break, do your stuff, whatever. Okay, so what that means is I want you to come back here in 55 minutes. Okay, so 55 minutes starting now. We'll meet back here. For me, it is 11:48 a.m. So that means what? At 12:45 p.m. we're going to meet back. So in 55 minutes, meet back here. See y'all soon. From the break and the exercise, hope everybody was able to get maybe a coffee or a tea or whatever it is for you in so that you could relax just a little bit. Can everybody hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Make sure that I am streaming correctly again. Thumbs up if you could hear me over in the chat in the left-hand side or with the reactions down at the bottom. Just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Not seeing any thumbs up. Somebody said great. Can y'all hear me all right? I'm concerned now. Yes. Yeah, we can hear you. Yes. Oh, you're giving thumbs up. That's so weird. I don't know why I'm not seeing them. Okay, great. I'm glad you can hear me though. All right. Well, while we let a few more people trickle in, just two quick little things. Number one, I like to do this at all my workshops. It's just a lot of fun. Do you prefer coffee or tea? Throw it in the chat. Coffee or tea? What is your your caffeine of choice? We've got some coffee. Oh, somebody says water, tea. You're breaking the rules. Somebody else said beans. That's really breaking the rules. Mainly coffee, chai latte. Me personally, I'm a coffee guy myself. I am still drinking on my coffee that I poured this morning. We have some some very excited people that are drinking coffee. That might be a side effect. I don't know. Sweet tea. Okay, cool. Thank y'all for humoring me. Also, I did just want to quickly mention if you are enjoying the workshop, then we'd really love to hear from you on Trustpilot. So if you go to trustpilot.com/review/aidd.io, then you can leave us a review there. Once again, that's trustpilot.com/review/aidd.io. You can also of course, scan the QR code that is on the screen. Let me double check in the exercises doc. That is not in there, but let me add it there really quickly, just so y'all have easy access. So that's trustpilot.com/review/aidd.io. And here it is inside of the exercise doc. Trustpilot. Let us know how we did. Thanks. Thank y'all so much. Would really appreciate that. All right. And with that, I think we've probably got most everybody back online here that is going to jump back on. So let's now take a look at the actual exercise solution. I debated whether or not I wanted to try to do this live with you just because AI is so fickle sometimes. But I did do this with AI with prompts just like I asked you to do. So if you want to see exactly what I did to create what's inside of branch 2 end, you can see exactly my chat history in this download right here at the bottom of the file. Okay, so let's give it a try now though live and just see what happens. I'll do it without any thought about what I did before, and let's just approach it brand new from scratch and see what happens. Okay. All right. So our first task was to create the database tables for the conversations and the messages, and then create seeders. I think I can handle both of those in one go. So let me give it a try. Once again, this is just kind of like I would do it in my everyday. We'll see if it works or not. Sometimes, very indeterministic, undeterministic, non-deterministic, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, let's see what happens. Okay, so we're at 2 start. We are running a development server. I don't have any routes related to chatting, so check this out in the Nuxt DevTools. I have my pages. Notice all of my pages. I did have some playground pages up here. I didn't end up really doing anything with those. But yeah, we have post ID, but there's no routes that are related to chat or conversations. So none of that is available yet. If I take a look at, let's open up the DevTools and look at my server routes, and I search for chat. Yeah, there's no chat endpoints or conversation. There's no conversation endpoints, nothing like that. So yeah, we are starting at the beginning. So what I'm going to do first is open up my chat with Command I. I'm going to create a brand new chat by clicking Command N, ensure I am in agent mode, and then we could go with Claude for Sonnet. This is what I found is working the best for me lately. But let's just try auto mode. Auto mode, let's see what happens when it kind of automatically chooses the agent based on what it thinks is best for the task at hand. Let's try that because I want to say, and with their pricing faux pas, I'm not 100% that this is right. But I'm pretty sure it's this auto mode that's 100%, like it's supposed to be unlimited in Cursor, right? So let's try it with the auto mode and see what happens. So I want to create an AI chat like something like ChatGPT. Okay, so I'm giving it an example in this case. I'm kind of setting some expectations of what I want the output to be. Okay, this is important to make sure you're specific about what you want, and giving an example is one of the best ways to be specific. So I want to create an AI chat, something like ChatGPT. Let's start with creating database tables and some seeders. And then I will tag at database and at, yeah, I think that's it, right? My seeder rules are inside of database. So then I'll hit go. And let's see what happens. So the very first thing it does is read the drizzle schema. And it says to create an AI chat system like ChatGPT, we'll need at least 2 tables, a conversations table, which represents a chat session, like a user talking to the AI, or a messages table that represents individual messages within a conversation. So yeah, that's kind of like what it gave for me the last time. So that's pretty cool. So then we'll create the seeders for conversations. And our next step is to update the drizzle schema and then create the seeders. Would we like to add any extra fields? Conversations should have a title, and messages should have a role, which is user, AI, or system. Yeah, foreign key to the conversation. I think that all makes sense. So I'm good with that. One interesting thing to note here is that if I was using Claude for Sonnet, I dare say it wouldn't have stopped so quickly with this little summary of what it wanted me to do. It just would have kept going and then gone ahead and tried to do it. So that's kind of an interesting realization based on the model I choose. So yeah, let's just tell it to go ahead. Actually, one more thing before I do that. So I have my dev server running. Just want you to note that. And I do have Drizzle Studio up and running. So if I run npx drizzle kit, I just opened a new tab so you can see it. If I run npx drizzle kit studio, that boots up that client. This project is using an SQLite database. Okay, that Drizzle Kit Studio boots up the client, SQL client that allows me to see that database. Now, because I've already been developing while developing the workshop, I do have some other tables that shouldn't really exist yet. So let me just go ahead and delete those. So I'm going to drop this conversations table. I'm going to drop this messages table and these two tables as well. Okay, awesome. All right, so anything else before I keep going? I don't think so. Let's send it on its merry way and see what happens. Yes, this looks good. Implement it. Implement it. Okay, and then we'll see what happens here. Let me zoom out just a little bit. Okay, so the very first thing it did was it targeted the Drizzle schema file. It is creating tables, a table called conversations, and a table called messages. This looks great. Okay, it's added on to my post. It didn't mess with my existing post table. Okay, it also, inside of tasks and then seed, it's creating a seeder file, which is exactly what I told it to do in my rules. This is where I told it in my rules to place these seeder files. Okay, and then it's using the database. It's creating some dummy data here, and then inserting it using Drizzle. Okay, cool. Let's see what else it's doing. It looks like it grepped the code base for define a task. So that's kind of cool. It says, okay, where has define task been called before? Let me kind of take a look at those usages of it. Where has useDB been called before? And can take a look at those usages. We have, by the way, it just dinged in my ear, letting me know it was done. So I didn't necessarily have to stay here and read, right? I could have gone and started on another task. This is one thing I found, though, that I need to figure out how to balance, to be perfectly honest. The jumping back and forth, yeah, it can be problematic for me. So I got to find a good way to do that well. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Oh, look at there. It made the Drizzle Kit, it ran Drizzle Kit push, so it actually changes the database. If I come over here to my Drizzle Kit Studio and refresh, yeah, there are the tables without any data in them, so that's great. The following has been completed. Next steps, run the seeders by making the GET requests to these two endpoints. Would you like to proceed with running the seeders or move on? I could ask it to run the seeders for me, or because Nuxt is awesome, I'm going to show off Nuxt just a little bit because I think it's a really great framework. Inside of the Nuxt DevTools, you can choose server tasks. These server tasks are basically just any tasks that are inside of this tasks directory, and they're only available in dev mode, of course. Let me refresh. I only see two of my I don't see seed messages for some reason. Anyways, let's run this seed conversations. And oh no, we came up with an error. Cannot find module server task seed conversations .ts. Task seed conversations.ts. I see it there. Not sure why it's not working. Let me just, every once in a while with Nuxt, you'll need to restart the dev server. Somebody mentions accept. So that's actually one really cool thing about Cursor is you don't have to accept. What that means is you can see the output of the code. you can see the output of the code before you accept it, and it just makes it easier to kind of review that way, right? And that's exactly why it was able to run drizzle quit push without that drizzle schema ever being accepted. So yeah, let's see what happened there. Okay, here we are. We have more of them listed now. So that's a good sign. If I click on seed conversations and run it, yeah, we have conversations seeded. If I click on seed messages and run it, we have messages seeded. Great. Let's take a look in the database. Awesome. We have 3 conversations and we have 7 messages. All right. So that is step number 1. It looks like our DB is all set up. The next thing, it says, would you like to proceed with running the seeders or move on to building the API? I'll just say I ran the seeders myself. Let's create the API endpoints now. And then I'll tag @ API.mdc, and let's get off to the races. Let's see what happens. All right, so notice it ran that hygen command in order to create a new CRUD resource. So that added server/API. So it added all these different files for the different CRUD conventions there. Okay. By the way, I'm still running in auto mode. I'm not running with the more powerful. So it is stopping pretty quickly. If I were to choose here, I think it would not stop quite so quickly and do a little bit more one time. So you now have all the CRUD API endpoints for both conversations and messages. Next steps, the generated endpoints are stubs. Yeah, Claude would have definitely not stopped right here. Yes, I'm ready to proceed. Let's open up, let's take that off of auto, and let's try Claude Force on it and see what it does. Would you like to start by implementing the paginated list endpoints for conversations or another endpoint? Let's just give it some encouragement. You're the man. You can create all of them. But I've switched to Claude Sonnet. I dare say this is not a task that is too big for it to handle. Okay, cool. Notice right here, this is that checklist feature that I was talking about that's now built into the latest version of Cursor. It says implement to-dos, implement this API endpoint, implement basically all the API endpoints there, right? But it breaks them up into things. John, yeah, punch the keys. You're the man now, dog. Love it. Yeah. So sometimes when you're doing this AI stuff, sometimes it does feel like vibe coding, and you feel like you're cheating a little bit, and sometimes it feels like you're doing the stupid thing, and it would be easier just to do it yourself. I feelings, but ultimately at the end of the day, it definitely saves me time, right? And so don't feel like you're don't feel like you're cheating when you're doing this. Coming from traditional development, because this is really the way forward, and we need to be comfortable with it. Okay, so what all has it done? Let's implement all the API endpoints. It created the get endpoint, the indexing endpoint. Made a change to it. It implemented the fetching a single conversation endpoint. Posting to add a new one. Let's let it keep working here. So Andrew, that's interesting. Andrew says, I got it working, but man, it took a lot of going back and forth on errors. That is interesting. I'd be curious, Andrew, to know which LLM you chose to work with in the agent mode. Bart says, I noticed that you do not accept the changes during the various steps. Does this always work? Some operations, such as deleting or renaming a file, can only happen after accepting? What are the best practices for accepting? Yeah, that's a really good question. I don't have a good rule for it, to be honest. I just kind of flow. Oftentimes I will accept all and then git commit between steps like this. But sometimes I don't. I don't really know why. I just even if I don't accept though, I can easily go back if this just completely killed everything. I can hit this restore checkpoint button and it'd be good to go. Okay. So while it's creating those, let's give the page a refresh here. Man, this dev server is doing some weird things today. Usually it's a lot faster to change. Okay. So it looks like if I go to my server routes, here we go. Okay, so we do have the conversations. We do have messages endpoints being created. On 9 of 10 now. Let's try out the listing of the conversations. And here it says there was no error. The data includes 1 conversation, 2 conversations, 3 conversations, and that's how many we had in the database. So that looks great. Oh, and it just dinged in my ear, so I know it's complete. Let's try out one more of these. So we're going to try getting one. And yeah, that gets the one with the proper ID. Let's try deleting one for kicks. So I'll try to delete the one with the ID of 3. And it says it was successfully deleted. If I refresh the table here, yeah, it is gone from the database. So it looks cool. Looks like it's doing a pretty good job. Let's go back over to the chat now, and it says, list all the conversations with pagination. So it looks like it completed all those API endpoints. And both of those, did we get a documentation? Scalar. So yeah, we got conversations documented. And I'd have to go through here manually and kind of review some of it, but I'm not going to do that on the call. Spot checking, it looks pretty good. We have /API/messages/ID. So this should return. Remember what I mentioned earlier about scalar, that error true is incorrect. But it should return a data of ID 1 and deleted true. So that's oh, I'm on the wrong one. I was about to say that's not right. So for getting a message, we have data that comes through like this. And if I go back to my actual project and run the API call in the DevTools, so if I do get by a specific ID, whoops, that's 2 here. ID, title created at, updated at, ID. Oh, these are messages. I'm sorry, y'all. So messages, get one here, and we'll just give it the ID 1. So yeah, ID, conversation ID, role, content created at. Messages ID, conversation ID, role, content created at. Yeah, so they look like they match up pretty well. I don't see any issues there. Interesting. Sorry, looking at some of y'all's messages. I'll come back. So yeah, I mean, that's basically let's try out what was the next steps here. So we have API endpoints, we have a database. Let's see if we can create a simple chat interface real quick. So we'll say, and let's just go ahead and accept all. And then I'm going to create a new branch. We'll call it get checkout-b live exercise 2. And I'll get add all and get commit. And yeah, I could probably ask the AI to do this, but nah. We'll just call it work in progress because this is live and I'm not going to think up a good message. Okay, so now let's try. I'm going to say, great. Now let's create the interface for chatting. It should have a sidebar to manage conversations, just like ChatGPT. And then in the main chat window, display the messages. Or let's just leave that up to the AI. Let's say, and then the messages should appear in the main chat window. Let's say something like that. And at this point, I probably could give it, you know what, y'all can see what I've been chatting with ChatGPT about here. Let's just give it a screenshot. It should look something like this. The layout can be something like the attached screenshot. And by the way, I could also use my my speech to text tool on Mac. I've tried to start implementing that a little bit inside of my workflow. I just can't get in the habit of it quite yet. But I've seen a lot of people who have very successfully been able to take a speech to text approach and speak this into the chat and move a little bit more quickly. I just haven't gotten used to it yet. So now let's enter that. Where are my? Here we go. Okay, and I'm going to take that screenshot and drag it into there. All right, and then finally, I'm going to say at components and at pages, because I am dealing with the concern of creating UI, so I want to include pages and components context. Okay. So while that's working, let me take a look at a few of the chat messages here. Looks pretty interesting. So Bart mentions, oh yeah, no, we already talked about that. Andrew mentions 3.5 Sonnet. I think he's the one that mentioned that it took a lot of back and forth. Definitely try Claude 4. Give that a try. Claude 4 or Gemini 2.5, I've gotten really good results for. Andrew mentions that the DB tables and API all worked great, but the UI had a lot of issues. I'm curious, Andrew, did you tag those, some rules when you tried to implement the UI? That might make a big difference. So maybe worth noting for your development team is, have your teammates familiarize themselves with your rules. Maybe have some naming conventions to help them, know when to add what rules. But it's probably a good idea for your team to be familiar with the rules that they're working with, so that they know when to include them. I haven't had a chance to do the exercise. With Cursor, I'm on the free plan for now, but I don't know where I can see my limits that I have left on. That's a great question, Clink50. So if you go to cursor.com, I'm not sure about the free plan, but I know in my dashboard, so I can go to dashboard here, and I can see my analytics. And here we go. I can see my usage here. Okay, what we got? Still working on it. So you'll check in on Cursor's webpage. Yeah, Anna. Yeah, that's exactly right, Anna. I've just finished my AI chatbot version. I did it with .NET C# plus Razor. It's pretty close to what was asked to be in the exercise. Cloud 4 is really amazing. Very cool, Bruno. Interesting. Okay, so Thomas couldn't find how to let him do things by himself. Lots of manual accepts for terminal actions. So yeah, so this is something Thomas mentioned, that he did it with code in CodePilot Hero from scratch. So that's pretty cool. But it was a lot of stop and go. One thing I found, if you want less stop and go, is, so right now I can press Command N and create a new tab, a new chat tab, and I things kind of, oh shoot, the other one. Crap. Is it it's still running here, isn't it? No, it's stopped. Shoot. So keep going. Okay. So I can create a new tab. It's very hard not to hit that X. That's terrible UI. Anyways, so long as they're not like overlapping in responsibilities, you could even work in two different chats this way, all on your local machine in the agentic mode. But one thing I found, if you want it to stop less, do make sure you've chosen a thinking model, something that's a little bit more powerful, and say something like this. You are an autonomous agent. Do all these things yourself, or something like that. And you could have this in a rules file and just, attach autonomous or something like that. And then it will stop less often, and it will come back with a more full result. But yeah, mileage will vary there. Okay, so it says now that the AI is ready to use. One really important note is don't trust this output. It says very positive things like this all the time that sometimes just aren't true. So do make sure you actually go and look at the code, which is really easy to do because you can just scroll up through here and click through and see the things that it changed, right? So anyways, let's see what it looks like. So now on pages, let me give the page a refresh for good measure, and then let's look at my pages. It looks like we have a chat page now. Okay, so I'm going to navigate to that chat page. Looks like maybe there's an error. Let's refresh. Yeah, conversations is not defined. Interesting. Chat, sidebar conversations list. So let's just do this. Let's grab this. Or, you know what? I can do one even better. Check this out. If I open up my terminal. Oh, no, wrong thing. Okay, if I open up my terminal, my dev server here, here is that, output. What I can do is I can reference at terminals dev server and say there was an error on the server. So John asked, is there a rule you could add to stop it from being so psychophantic and have it think more critically? Some people swear by, adding phrases like think deeply about this task, or, gather your thoughts, things like that. I found that when I do that, especially if it's a larger task that it has to go through, like, something that's a little bit more involved, then that can help. Let's see what it's doing here. I got you, John. Yeah, something that is a little bit more realistic and not not just always being polite. I haven't tried it, but I know a lot of people have just in regular like browser-based things, you know, told it to act like a jerk or something like that, and it will. So I'm sure you could probably do the same thing in this chat. Okay, yeah, so look at that. I can see multiple errors in the dev server logs. Let me fix them one by one. So that's the cool thing here. Is it's able to read those server logs because I pointed it at that terminal, which is what I wanted you to see. Okay. Let's just see. Yeah, Anna mentioned use Gemini instead. It might be worth a try in just a moment. Let's see. Let's just give this the opportunity, and if it doesn't work from here, we will move on with the workshop. But I am curious to see what happens. You can go through, as I mentioned a moment ago, you can go through the exact steps I took right here, and I didn't really have any trouble in this instance. So this is the problem with AI sometimes. Sometimes you get great results, other times you don't. Yeah, is the 5 minutes? Yeah, that's a great question, John. You know, I think on a good day, AI. I don't remember exactly how much time it took me here. But all in all, no, I don't think you could have. Most everybody probably wouldn't complete in 25 minutes. The idea is to do some prompting and things like that. So Tayyab mentions try Lovable. It does not take that time. I'm on the free version on Lovable and had it build the auth flow bot as well. So yeah, that's really cool. I've heard a lot of really good things about Lovable, 100%. I am, the reason I don't buy in completely to Lovable is because it does write only in React. And somebody correct me if I am wrong. I don't believe it does any server-side rendering. It doesn't use like Next or anything like that. It's pure client-side React. And so for some of the projects that don't work, so some of the projects that do require like SEO stuff, I would like to use Nuxt, which does render on the server side. Yeah, so that's interesting. So Taya, you mentioned you did it in Vue on Lovable. That's really interesting. I might have to give that a try. Okay. So this is kind of cool. It just popped up. It's calling Puppeteer Navigate. Let me see if I can bring it up here. So it's actually pulling up. It's running the Puppeteer in order to run it in the browser and get a screenshot and see what's happening. So that's pretty cool. So Taya mentions Bolt plus Lovable did the job. Okay. Interesting. Okay, y'all. Well, we're going to let that go and go move on into the next section and just let this cook and see what happens when it is done. All right. But now let's start talking about RAG. Okay. So what is RAG? The technical definition is a retrieval augmented generation. That is what RAG stands for. Is an AI technique that combines a retriever with a generator to allow language models to answer questions based on external, up-to-date, or private knowledge that isn't part of their original training data. Okay, cool. But what does that mean? Well, let's take a look at a quick kind of realistic use case as an example to help you better understand what RAG is good for. All right, so let's say that you want to build a company policy chatbot. This is just a way for employees within your team to, ask questions and have automated responses so that you're not always bugging like the HR team or something like that. Whoop, it just rang in my ear. I am curious what it did. Okay, so it looks like it had a little bit of issue, but now it looks pretty decent. So let's say, can we delete that one? Yes, we can. We can refresh. Great. We can create a new chat. That works. Let's see if we can add new messages. Hello. And that adds there. And if I refresh, it was preserved to the database, but it looks like we have some other messages showing up below it. Perhaps this is reversed. But yeah, overall, it's not too bad. Look at that. It's even closing and opening. It has icons in there, and it's working with the CRUD decently well. So pretty cool. All right. One thing I have found, by the way, with people who are using Nuxt, is sometimes the auto imports kind of throw it for a loop, and I still haven't found the perfect solution for that. So if anybody has any tips, that would be super awesome. Okay. So back to RAG, right? So let's say you wanted to build a company policy chatbot. Okay. But no LLMs were trained on your company policy docs, right? I mean, duh. This is just not something that the LLMs cared about. So what you do is you augment the LLM's training by passing in your own data to the prompt context. But you can't just dump all of your docs into the context window, right? If you're a larger company, especially, like you have probably tens, maybe hundreds of docs, and you can't just dump that all into the context. Why? Well, it's going to cost too much. It's going to make the chatbot very slow, and it's going to be more likely to produce hallucinations. Okay. So before you pass in your policy docs data to the LLM to answer questions about that data, what you want to do is you want to retrieve the docs most relevant to the user's request. Okay. That way you can insert that only relevant context into your request to the LLM. But that brings up the question, how do you know what is most relevant? Well, you could do traditional keyword searching. This has been around forever, right? Select everything from a docs table where the content is like, some string in that user's request. This is likely going to miss a lot of relevant documentation, though, because the users are asking questions in natural languages, not just using keywords. And so we need a better way to find that relevant context. So instead, you want to do a fuzzier, more semantic meaning kind of search. You don't want to match just on keywords. What tools then are available for this kind of search? Vector embeddings are the answer. And that is one of the key principles, the key things that you have to understand if you're going to understand RAG. So what then are vector embeddings? Excuse me for one moment, y'all. Excuse me. Okay. So what are vector embeddings? They are numerical representations of text designed so that similar meanings are close together in the vector space, even, and here's the key, even if the exact words are different. Okay? So some random string of text gets converted to an embedding that looks something like this, right? It's just this kind of large array, you could say, of numbers that represents different aspects of this thing. And essentially you can do kind of math to see what one piece of text, how similar is one piece of text to another piece of text based on the numbers in that embedding. Okay. Honestly, I have no idea like the hardcore math, how that works under the hood, but that's the beauty of it. You don't have to in order to use it and take advantage of this semantic type kind of search. Okay, so for example, reset password would code down or have an embedding generated for it that consisted of some string of numbers, and then forgot login credentials would generate down to an embedding that is a vector that's very close to the one above. It wouldn't be exactly the same because it's not the same text, but the numbers would be close in some aspects so that you can search based on the proximity of numbers. Another example might be apple, banana, which would be a vector pretty close to apple, and then house, which would be a vector that's probably not close to either one of these things. So how do you create these embeddings? Well, with AI, all right, specifically with a specific type of model called an embedding model. And there are many different types of embedding models out there. All of the major LLMs have them, though. You really have your pick, or you could use some open source models, or you could use, running them on Olama or something like that. But all of the major ones I consider to be Claude, Gemini, and OpenAI, those are the ones I use the most. They all have these embedding models. So what you do then is pick one of those embedding models, create the vector embeddings for all of your docs. This is just an API request to the model. Here's some text, give me the embedding back, okay? And then store those vector embeddings in your database, okay? So you take your docs, you send them to the model, get the vector embeddings, and then you store those vector embeddings, those numbers, in your database, okay? But it has to be a special kind of database. It has to be what's known as a vector DB. Okay, so then at the time of the end user's question, you would make an embedding of the user's question. Note that it is important to use the same embedding model to embed that user's question, or to make a vector out of that user's question that you use to embed to make the vectors for your docs, right? Then you would query the vector database embeddings within a certain distance of that query. And then pass on the matched context to the generative AI. This way, we're not dumping our entire company policy docs into our AI chat. Now we're only dumping in the context that is relevant to the user's original question. Okay. And finally, that AI bot can return a grounded and informed response that takes into account your company policy documentation, or whatever context it is you're looking to use RAG for, right? Okay, so here's a quick summary of the RAG process, going through what we just did, but in super short bullet points. Number one, you should generate the embeddings of your data and store those embeddings in a vector database. All of this is a process that happens totally separate from and before the user's request. Okay, so this can happen, this just happens separately from the time you're actually wanting to answer a question about the docs. Okay, and then at the time of the user's request, i.e. the moment the user prompts the chatbot, you would do these things. Number one, you would retrieve the data most relevant to their request. Okay, that's the R. Then you would augment the user's prompt by adding the query results to your prompts to the AI bot. Okay, so that's the A, that's augment. And then lastly, generative AI, the LLM, can now generate a relevant response based on the context it was provided. So that's the G. So that's how RAG got its name, and that's how it works. At that point, you can return a nice plain language answer to the user. Okay, so that begs the question, what vector databases exist? What solutions do I have for this? Well, a lot of people think that they have to reach for some kind of specialized, RAG SaaS application, something like Weaviate or Pinecone, which, by the way, are great services. Weaviate I've used and experimented with, and it's a really great service. But you don't even necessarily have to add some new layer to your tech stack. Vector database solutions also exist in common databases that you're already using. Okay, things like Postgres has a PG vector extension. Yes, this means you can do RAG with Supabase and nothing else if you're already using Supabase, which I know a lot of people out there are. libSQL, which is an SQL-lite flavor created by Terso. It's exactly what we're using in the exercise project. All right. It also can handle vector data. There's another one out there called Quadrant. Haven't really used it, but I've heard good things. Oh, and by the way, the fact that Postgres SQL has a PG vector extension also means you could use the Vercel Postgres database solution as your vector database. Plus, there are plenty of others. Okay, so let's take a quick look at a code example for RAG, and let's just see how this works. So here I have a file to generate my embeddings. Okay, let's get past some of the imports here, and here what I'm doing is I'm booting up a new OpenAI instance. This is just the OpenAI SDK. All right, so I'm importing it and then using it. I'm also calling that useDB function that helps us interact with our database. And I'm also creating an index. This is important. When you're working with these vector databases, you want an index to keep your queries quick. I'm checking to see, if that index doesn't already exist, go ahead and create it. Okay. Then I've got a function called get markdown files. So in this example, all of my context, all of my things that need embedding, my company policy docs, if you will, they just exist as markdown files in my project. And in fact, you can see exactly that inside of the project. I have added, well, it's not in this. Get status, get add. By the way, if you haven't accepted anything in the chat and you just add everything, it becomes accepted. So you don't necessarily have to do it via the chat interface. And I am inside of a branch called live exercise 2. So I can just commit this, get add all, get commit message. And I'll just say WIP for now. And then we'll check out 3 start. Okay. So in 3 start, which is where you'll be working for the next exercise, you'll see that there is, where is it? This company policies directory. So these are the docs that I'm creating embeddings for. Okay. And then we chunk the text of those files into smaller parts to fit the token limits and improve semantic search. So this is something you'll want to do when you're creating embeddings for your documents. You'll want to break those documents down into smaller parts. Okay. There's lots of different strategies for doing this. One of the simplest ones is just splitting by paragraphs. Excuse me. Splitting by paragraphs. You can dive a lot deeper and kind of split up your documents in a lot of different ways. This is fairly easy to do and was effective in my use case. And then I create a function down here called embed and store. So all it does is it gets all the markdown files. Okay, it gets the contents of all those markdown files. It loops over them, reads them, chunks out their text, and then for each chunk, it calls the embedding model from OpenAI. Okay, and it creates one of those numbers, one of those vector embeddings, right? And then I just take that vector embedding and add it to my database along with the original content that it has embedded. And that's it. That's how easy it is to create these vector embeddings. So that is the process I talked about a moment ago that happens completely separately and apart from the user's request. Now, here's what happens at the time of the user's request. Okay, so here we have another function called getQueryEmbedding. This is going to be used to turn the user's query into an embedding. And then we have a function here called search company policies. So what this is going to do is it's going to get the query embedding. So it's going to reach out to OpenAI with the user's query, create an embedding for it. Then here is the magical thing. Okay. Now what we can do is we can find the content that is similar to the user's query. So we would run db.select, select all of the content for the for that policy doc, that chunk that we want to pass to the AI ultimately, and we select it from this vector top K function. By the way, AI is really great at helping you write this, and libsql has some great docs. A lot of this I copied and pasted from the libsql docs on Terso. And then you join in the actual company policies. Okay. And at the end, you'll have a list of matches, a list of chunks of documentation that very closely match what the user's question was. Finally, what we can do is we can prompt for query. So this is a CLI version of things. So we're just asking the user to answer or to give a question about our company policy docs. And then what we do is we go to answer that query. Okay, this searches through the company policies using that function we saw just before. Okay, it takes the context, the related context that was returned from our database. Okay, so this is the plain text. This isn't the vectors. This is the actual text of our policies, the chunks that matched. And then we just pass it on to ChatGPT. Okay, this says you are a helpful assistant that answers questions about company policies. You are given a context and a question. You should answer the question based on the context. If you don't know the answer, say, I don't know. Okay, then we pass it the context in these XML tags. Notice this is just a really succinct and nice way to gather all this and say, hey, this is the context. All right, and then we pass the user's query. Okay, and that's it. So RAG is really pretty straightforward and simple. Of course, there's plenty other of considerations that you want to account for. Other ways you can fine tune your RAG pipeline depending on your use case. So it can get more complex as you dive deeper and deeper. For instance, you could tweak the number of vectors. That is the top key. That is how many of these matches do you want to return? Well, why does this matter? Because the number that you choose to return determines how many documents or chunks are retrieved for the model to consider. The higher this number, the more context the LLM that's answering the question will have, but there will be increased latency and the risk of irrelevant info, right? Just like dumping too much context when you're working in Cursor. The lower this number is, the faster things will be, but it might also miss important context, right? Typical values for this top K number will be anywhere from 3 to 10 and can go even higher for complex queries. Okay, you can also mess with the vector dimension size. Okay, so this little string of numbers, what looks like an array of numbers, can have less numbers in it, or higher amounts. So the higher dimensional vectors can encode more nuanced semantic meaning. That could mean better accuracy, but it also means a larger database size and slower queries. So you can choose this vector dimension size based on the model you use. Okay, a lot of them have a specific size they use. All of them have a specific size that they use out of the box, but you can customize them, to get smaller sizes and a faster app, things like that. But it's really just a matter of playing with what works best for your use case. You can play with the chunk size and the overlap. In our example, we split based on paragraph, but there are other methods you could use. Once again, these are all just ways you really get to fine tune after you've got the basics working. And all this, once again, will depend on your specific use case, what you choose to end up going with these things. So lots of other ways you could alter this RAG pipeline. You could add document metadata filtering, so add more query parameters essentially to your your query of the database for the vectors. You could choose a different embedding model based on its price, speed, number of vector dimensions, and so on. Caching, index, refresh, lots of different things you could customize about this pipeline. But if you've got the basics and can set up a basic pipeline, then I think you can tweak everything you need from there. Awesome. All I mean to say by that is don't be overwhelmed by all the different options, okay? If all the things I just mentioned kind of made you go, then don't worry about it. Just start with the basics of how RAG works and then optimize per your use case. All right, so that brings us now to questions. So we have some questions in the Q&A that do have some upvotes. If yours is not in there now, then go ahead and put it in there and upvote the ones that you want to hear answers to. Okay, so here we have 6 votes. It says someone has to become the staff by experience to provide the context. How do we approach in the era of AI? Staff by experience to provide the context. Someone has to become the staff by experience to provide the context. I'm not sure I totally follow the question, to be honest. I'll table that one for now and maybe come back to it. Somebody asks, can you share the rules files for reference? Yes, that is in the GitHub repo. You can find that in the exercise documents. Do rules and templates add on the tokenization limit that you send to an API? Do rules and templates add on? Yes. Yeah, anything. So any rules that go into that chat, it will totally go into the context window. Anytime Cursor reads a file, it's going to send the contents of that file into the context window. I mean, otherwise it wouldn't have read the file. So yeah, all of that goes to the tokenization limit. However, this is one of the cool things about Cursor, though. Cursor, at least partly, this is where some of that pricing stuff we talked about earlier comes into play. But Cursor, I think it's at least in auto mode, doesn't charge you based on token. Cursor charges you based on request, which means each prompt you put in. But then there's some other things, like if you choose the thinking models, there is some pay per usage. So I don't remember, I don't keep up with exactly how they do that. But yes, all of that goes into the context window ultimately. So yeah. So as freshers, I love that, freshers, the newbies. As freshers, how can we best highlight our AI-driven development experience in resumes and portfolios? Does showcasing hands-on coding projects help us stand out more? Yeah, absolutely. I think that's an excellent question. And, in the age where you could go into somewhere like Bolt and you could YOLO code something that looks really cool but is still fairly simplistic in a matter of no time, I would focus on portfolios that do demonstrate working applications, but also focus on how did I get there, right? What was my process, so that a potential employer understands how you approach working with AI, not just what outcome you got for one specific use case, right? And if you can kind of convince them of your approach, I think that's more adaptable to, hey, their large scale app over here, versus the thing you vibe coded on both, right? So I think that's an approach you can take. So what extensions should we have ahead of time if we are going to use Cursor? I think that was probably from a while ago, but not any required extensions, except for just if you are actually doing the Nuxt project, you probably have the view. So installed. Yeah, you want to have the view official language extension. So .view files do have syntax highlighting and so on. But as far as other things, I would encourage you to add to Cursor is those MCPs that we looked at just a little bit earlier. So things like, where are the MCPs? Chat general, can't remember. Here it is. I've relied on Puppeteer. This is like the most helpful one by far. But Context 7 can also be quite useful. Nuxt, it looks like for some reason it's not working right now. But this one, if you're working with Nuxt, this can be pretty good. And yeah, those are the ones that I use on a regular basis. Okay. What's the actual difference between general rules and project rules in Cursor? How exactly does it affect the model? That's a good question. I would assume by general rules here, you mean user rules, and they both affect the model exactly the same. It's just that project rules you just have to have them stored like in your project, right? You have to have them stored in a directory in your project. Your user rules are stored at some higher, I don't know exactly where they are, but Cursor stores them, higher up your file tree, and yeah, it just automatically inserts those into all your projects. So, if all your projects are built in Nuxt, you could have very specific Nuxt user rules. But if you have a variety of different frameworks you're working with, then that wouldn't work out. So Pete asks, do you need to mention the specific rule file when you prompt, or will Cursor keep your .cursor/rules in mind? It depends on what you've set here, right? So it depends on if you've set apply intelligently, always apply to specific files, and so on and so forth. To be honest, I've found that things work better when I'm intentional and tell it exactly what rules I wanted to follow. If I expect it to just apply all things intelligently, it's going to hallucinate pretty quickly. If I have a lot of .rules files that are in the apply intelligently mode, it's just not going to pick up on a lot of them. So I like to be quite specific. Does Cursor differ much from VS Code? And I think we already talked about that one. Get work trees. How do you set that up? So get work trees in Cursor. Here you go. Maybe this can help you out. Okay, that is in the chat. All right. Can I share the rules files? Yes, we have. We already know that. Get work trees. Yep. What is your experience using different models in Cursor? Mine is Gemini 2.5 Pro is very accurate, but Claude 4 tends to ignore the provided context. Yeah, both are really good in my opinion. Both of those are the two I reach for. If I'm gonna do something besides auto, I'm gonna choose one of those two typically. I found that Cursor Claude it does tend to recognize what tools are available and use them of its own accord more readily. And Gemini doesn't as much. That's been my experience. Okay. I think a lot of the other questions now don't have many votes, but so we'll move on because we are getting a little bit close to time. However, if at the end of the day, if your question hasn't been answered at the very end, I will take some time to answer unanswered ones at the very, very end for some of the lower vote ones. So feel free to stick around if one of your lower voted questions did not get answered. Cool. All right. All right. So for this next exercise, once again, just a little reminder, if you're enjoying the workshop, please give us a review on Trustpilot. Love to hear your feedback there. But also, for this exercise, let's open up this. And what I want you to do is I want you to run a RAG pipeline and explore the implementation. So this really isn't about writing new code, but it's about running the RAG pipeline and just kind of seeing how it works. And if you'd like to walk through it yourself, you can. But it's basically the same exact code I shared on the slides earlier. Okay, so what I want you to do is check out branch 3-start, run npm install to ensure all your dependencies are downloaded, add your own API key in .env. Okay, it should be set as the env variable Nuxt_OpenAI API key. All right, that's just the way I wrote the code. If you want to be able to try it out, you're going to have to use OpenAI. Okay, if you want to try to use a different LLM because you have credits there, feel free to ask Cursor to modify it to work with your LLM of choice. Okay, but then you should generate the embeddings for the company policy docs that exist inside of company policy. All you have to do to run that is run npx tsx scripts generate.ts. Oh, and I must also mention, I should probably add this. So I am on get 3 start. Okay, so I'm on 3 start. Notice that in my schema file, I have added more. Where is it? I have added more schema. So I've added company policies here. So do make sure you run npx drizzle kit push. Okay. Once you have that branch checked out, run drizzle kit push so that your database actually gets up to date. So I'll add that right in here. Okay. So then you can generate those embeddings. You can run drizzle kit video in order to check out the database and see those policies and their vector embeddings. You'd be able to see them, here inside the database. Boop, boop, boop. And then run the command npx tsx script answer.ts and try asking questions about that policy data. Okay, this will just give you a good feel for how RAG works. This one shouldn't take you too long. In fact, because we're kind of low on time, I'm going to give you 10 minutes to complete it, starting now. All right, good luck, everybody. See you back in 10. Looking forward to watching the recording. My brain starts to melt. Totally get that. We are getting later in the day. It has been very full. We do these longer workshops a lot of times because this is how they work at the conferences, in the in-person ones. Yeah, sometimes online it gets a little bit long. So definitely feel free, come back and watch the recording if your brain is starting to melt. But we only have one more section to go. Let's take a quick look at the solution to this exercise. It's really not something I have to do too much for. And it looks like a couple of people had issues with the database. I'm not sure what is going on there. Specifically, I think Bedard mentioned, or Martin mentioned, that there's a specific error. And if you could actually just make an issue in the repo, Martin, I will try to look into that further and see. And if you could just kind of put, any reproduction steps in there that just kind of show me what you did to get to that error, that would be great. It might be super simple, like you just started the project. But yeah, shoot me an issue on the repo. That would be very helpful. Okay, so first things first, in the studio, notice we don't have any company policies saved, right? So the very first thing we need to do is we need to generate the embeddings for the company policies. So I have a script. Whoops, let's go back here just to make it easier on myself. So I have a script set up in scripts, generate.ts, and this does exactly what you saw on the slide earlier. Okay, but here, I'm going to run it. And what this is going to do is just going to read, cannot find package OpenAI because I forgot to npm install. Oh, cool. Okay, good. I'm so glad, Martin. But it was still using the DB from the previous task. Aha. Okay. I'll work on a way to improve those instructions for the exercise. I appreciate that. Okay. So now I'm going to run it. And this is just going to read through those company policy documents. Now, remember, these documents could be stored literally anywhere, right? This could be in your, this could be in Notion somewhere. This could be, it doesn't matter. It was just easy to store them as markdown files in my project for this case. But your script that you use to generate your embeddings, of course, will fetch your docs from the appropriate place, right? And so now we can see the embedding is being created for each one. And this is costing just a tiny bit of money. I'm sending all these off to OpenAI, right? And now when I refresh, you can see here is the content, okay, that we're ultimately going to pass to the LLM to answer a question. And here's the embedding that we're going to use to query this document with, okay? Now let's run scripts answer.ts. That is under scripts here, and run it. And this is doing the process of taking a user query that we're going to enter. Let's just say I had a couple of examples here that would work pretty well, just because there's honestly, I used I used OpenAI, I used ChatGPT to generate the company policy docs for me. There are a few really specific things in there, but then there are a few things that are less specific. So to get the best report back here about specific things, I'm going to ask about hours for remote work. Okay, and you'll see, you wouldn't show this to the user, but these are the matches that the query found based on the closeness to the user query. Okay, so it found remote employees are required to be available during core business hours, typically 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. It found a remote work policy heading. Yeah, it found several things, several chunks that were in that remote work doc, I think. And ultimately, this is what's getting concatenated together and passed to the LLM to answer the user's question. And so this is the result. Employees are required to be available during core business hours, typically from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And I can rewrite my policy and then re-embed it, if I wanted to change my times or something like that, and the LLM would still be able to answer the question. So pretty cool. Okay, that is it for that exercise. Let's head to the very last section of the day. And I'm ready for it, y'all. My voice is getting a little hoarse here. So Balis does ask, what if chunking truncates relevant text? There are strategies also for kind of overlapping your chunks. Um, so there are different strategies out there, but yeah, you just kind of have to research some of the more specific ones. Okay, so integrating AI into web applications. Um, Specifically with the Vercel AI SDK. So besides optimizing your own workflow with AI, you can of course integrate AI into your apps for useful and novel user experiences. So you could do this with an SDK from your favorite LLM provider. So exactly like we did, or I did really in the code for the RAG pipeline, I could reach for a specific provider's SDK. Okay, so in this example, we're reaching for OpenAI. This is, an SDK or a client library that they produce, that they open source on GitHub. It only works with their model. But this process does make it harder to try out other LLMs. Remember, you'll likely need to experiment with a variety of models to get the optimal output for your use case. Okay, especially when you're talking about integrating LLMs, with an application. It's just going to be a process of trial and error to see which one works best for what you're trying to accomplish. This is totally normal. It's expected. It's part of developing with AI. Okay, so you want to be able to easily switch out models. Well, that's where the AI SDK from Vercel comes in. It provides a unified provider API so that you can easily switch between different AI providers just by switching a line or two of code. Okay, it also helps you create generative UI. In other words, creating UI based, with AI, so that your users can generate custom interfaces. So think of something like Bolt or Lovable, or maybe even more niche use cases. And it's also framework agnostic, meaning you could use it with React, Next, Vue, Nuxt, SvelteKit, whatever. And it also supports streaming for those AI responses, which is really important. That's what we're all used to at this point in time, right? A lot of people vouch for the AI SDK. I've used it myself on a lot of example projects and on one real world project, and it works pretty well. And a lot of people, very popular people in the community, think so too. Okay, so how would you change out models? Well, it's really, really simple. You would call a function like generate text, which comes from the AI SDK. Okay. You would import the model from that folder inside of the AI SDK. And then you just pass it as an argument to your generate text function. If you wanted to change out the model to something else, you just import that new model and change out the model property. And that's it. So it's very, very, very easy to switch between all of these different LLMs. Seriously, it is super easy. You can use Claude, you can use OpenAI, you can use Grok, you could use Gemini. All of it works out just by changing that import line and the model that you pass in. Okay, it works with 24 plus official providers, 24 at the time that I created this slide, and 17 more at the time I created this slide, with more being added as time goes on. Okay, cool. So you can easily switch out models. Great. But what else can you do with it? Well, you can use the AI SDK to generate a plain text response as a single prompt. So in this case, we've got a single prompt going in, what is love? And the output is a text response from the LLM. Okay, you can also generate structured data. Okay, so this is not just plain text. This is actual structured data that you can work with in JavaScript. So for example, right here, you call generate object instead of generate text. You pass it in a a schema describing the kind of object that you want returned. So in this case, it is a recipe, all right, that is an object with a name and ingredients property with an array of objects inside it that have a name and amount properties on those. And the recipe also has steps as well. And then you pass that along with a prompt. The beauty of this is what's returned is not just plain text, it's an actual recipe object that matches the schema that you provided. So yeah, Daniel, Zod is really great. Basically, it allows you to describe the shape of your data at runtime, right? So it can be used for validation. It can be used, yeah, mostly it's used for validation, things like that. Okay. Another really cool thing about the generate object or the AI SDK is that you can even stream structured data. This is really hard to do because structured data is not just like a string, right? It has to have a closing bracket down here, and things are kind of being inserted in between. And so this is actually really hard to do by yourself. And so you can actually stream structured data just with a single line with the AI SDK. It's really, really great. So that's what you can see pictured right here is that recipe object being created a little bit at a time. So it's streamed from my server. And this is, oh, I thought I had an example of the streaming object, but I think you just changed this to stream object. I think that's what does it. And so yeah, you could also, of course, generate a streaming response to a bot human conversation. So in this case, you're not passing in just one text prompt. In this instance, you're passing in an array of messages. Each of those messages has a role and some content. Okay, the role is usually user or assistant, it's always user assistant. The system message goes in right here. And this way, the AI can keep in context your entire conversation, right? And this can power something more like a ChatGPT chat or some kind of chat agent or something like that. So we can also send images to the LLM with the AI SDK. That's really easy. You can just pass in an image type message. And the image can be a binary image from a buffer, or it can be a base64 encoded image, or even a public URL. Okay. AI SDK provides tools for the AI to call at their discretion. So just like MCPs can provide tools to your IDE, to Cursor, or just like Cursor has its own built-in tools like reading a file and writing to a file or executing a command. The AI SDK has support for these tools that you describe and then allow the AI, the LLM, to call at its disposal. This is huge. Like this is a complete game changer from just working with SDKs directly, with the model specific SDKs directly. Okay, so this is what adding tooling looks like. When you're calling generate text or generate object or whatever it is you're calling, you pass in a tools option, and this is an object where the keys, where each each key in here is a new tool. So this is a weather tool. It gets a description so the LLM knows what the tool is good for. And then it has a parameters property, which lets the LLM know what parameters, what arguments can it pass into the tool. And we describe each of those parameters so that the LLM understands what they can pass there. And then ultimately you execute some random function. In this case, it's a weather tool. So maybe you query some weather API somewhere, and then you return a result to the LLM so that it can use it in its context to answer a user's question. Okay. Or of course, these tools can be used to produce side effects as well. Not only useful for getting other relevant context for other places, but also useful for triggering actions. Things like functions calls, API requests, etc. In fact, this is exactly what I'm doing in one of the projects I'm working on for a freelance client right now. It's a chatbot that helps users apply for jobs, and this is a tool that I'm using. It's called Apply. Its description is submit a job application. I've dumbed down this. It's not just those things. But yeah, it takes in name, email address, other data that you would want on the user's application, and the application is actually submitted as the user provides that info in the chat. Right, as soon as the bot sees, oh, okay, this user has provided all this info for me, I have prompted it for it, now I can submit the application, and it goes to my database and sends the proper emails and all that. Right. So all this is made very, very easy with the AI SDK. Okay, so to wrap up this section, let's talk about some strategic patterns for working with the AI SDK. So the first and the easiest pattern, and by the way, you can read about all of these in the actual AI SDK documentation. These aren't created by me. These are patterns that the team who created the SDK have figured out over time. Okay, so these are things that people around the world are using and have vouched for. So the easiest pattern is sequential processing, or what's known as chaining. This is the simplest workflow pattern and executes steps in a predefined order. Each step's output then becomes the input for the next step, creating a clear chain of operations. Okay, so here's an example of some code that runs through this sequential chaining process. All right, so let's say we create a function called generate marketing copy. It reaches out to the OpenAI model, GPT-4o. It generates some text. The prompt that we send in is write persuasive marketing copy for the text that's input. Focus on benefits and emotional appeal, and then sequentially, okay, we perform a check on that text. So in this case, we generate an object. The object is has call to action boolean, an emotional appeal rating 1 through 10, and a clarity rating 1 through 10. And our prompt that we send in with this one is evaluate this marketing copy for the presence of a call to action, true or false, emotional appeal 1 to 10, and clarity 1 to 10. Here's the copy to evaluate. Okay. And then, so all this is done sequentially, and it has to be, right? You have to generate the text first in order to be able to evaluate the text. And then you can do some traditional coding here to say, okay, does that object that was returned from the evaluation step, does it meet certain conditions? Okay, does it have a call to action? If it doesn't, or if the emotional appeal is less than 7, or if the clarity is less than 7, let's try it again, right? So this is one approach you can take to chaining requests in the AI SDK. And this is what makes adding AI to our applications more useful to end users than just going directly to ChatGPT, right? We can build up these different internal prompts and then processes for going through those prompts in a certain order for a specific use case, and then all of a sudden be a lot more useful than something that's more generic like ChatGPT, right? Okay, another pattern you can follow is known as smart routing. And this pattern allows the model to actually make decisions about which path to take through a workflow based on the context and intermediate results. What do I mean by that? Well, let's take a look at an example in some code here. Here we have a function called handle customer query, right? It once again uses the same OpenAI model. We're not changing that. But the first step we do is to generate an object to classify this customer's query, determine the query type. Is it a general query, a refund query, or a technical query? Is it a complex or a simple query? And then provide brief reasoning for that classification. Okay. Then what we can do based on that classification object that it outputs, okay, with a reasoning, a type, and a complexity property on it, what we can do is we can do some smart routing right here. We can say, okay, is this classification complex? Well, if it is, then we'll want to use O3 Mini. Otherwise, we'll use this less expensive GPT-4o Mini. Okay. Is that less expensive? Is the see GPT-4o Mini? Someone look at the pricing for me. Is that right? I think that's backwards, isn't it? Anyways, if it's simple, yeah, if it's simple, we're using GPT-4o Mini. If it's not, we're using O3 Mini. I don't think that's right. Anyways, the point being is we could use a more powerful or less powerful LLM based on, the complexity of the prompt. Then we can, based on the type right here of request that it is, we can change the system prompt that we send in to generate the end result. Okay. So in the case of it being a general query, you're an expert customer service agent. In the case of it being refund query, you're an agent that specializes in refunding requests. Pretty simple. Okay, another strategy you can use when working with the AI SDK is to do parallel processing. So some tasks obviously can be broken down into independent tasks that can be executed simultaneously. This is going to make processing these requests a lot faster while maintaining the benefit of some structured workflow. So here's an example that has to do with an AI agent working as a code reviewer. Okay, so right here, what we do is we generate an object for a code reviewer reviewing a code security. In this case, we generate an object for reviewing a code for an agent that reviews the code performance. And in this case, we have an agent, we boot up an agent that is reviewing the code just for general quality, structure, readability, so on and so forth. None of these things depend one on the other. And so what we can do is we can make these separate requests to the LLM in parallel with promise.all. Okay. And then only once all of those reviews are complete, we can send them all to a single LLM, text generation and have it summarize it for us. Okay. So yeah, Martin mentions O3 Mini is cheaper. Let me go back. Where was that? That was right here. Yeah, smart routing. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking because 4.0 is newer and more powerful. So simple equals, yeah, that should be swapped, right? I'm not crazy. That should be swapped. Okay. Parallel processing. So we're done with that. Okay. The next strategy is an orchestration worker. So, or an orchestrator worker pattern. In this pattern, each worker is optimized for a specific subtask, while the orchestrator maintains overall context and ensures a coherent result. What does an example from that look like? Well, here we have an implement feature function. All right. It has, so here are the workers down here. And here's the orchestrator up here. So the orchestrator generates an object. This is an agent that generates an object, okay? And the prompt that we're giving to it, number one, the system prompt is you're a senior software architect planning feature implementations. The prompt is analyze this feature request and analyze this feature request and create an implementation plan. So this orchestrator kind of gets the more high-level view of what we're trying to accomplish, right? And then it returns an object that includes all the files that this should change, what the purpose of that file is, where it's at, what we should be doing to that file, right? And an estimated complexity. Then workers can work in parallel, given that plan, to do their thing. So in this case, we've got a oh, I see. So in this case, yeah, we're looping over all the files and we're creating a new worker essentially for each file, right? So all these different files can be done in parallel. And then based on the orchestrator, we set the system prompt and off it goes. So the whole point here being is that we can have one LLM, one agent responsible for kind of orchestrating the high level concerns, and then have workers deal with more low level segmented concerns. All right, the last example of a pattern that I want to share with you is the most complex, but it's also pretty interesting. This is the evaluator optimizer pattern. Okay, the evaluator optimizer pattern introduces quality control into workflows by having dedicated evaluation steps that assess intermediate results. That's a mouthful. Let's take a look at the code. Okay, so we have an agent that creates an initial translation. So the prompt here is, or the system prompt is, you are an expert literary translator. And then the prompt is, translate this text, that's provided by the user, translate this text to some target language that's provided by the user, assumingly, and preserving the tone and cultural nuances. And here's the text that you need to translate. Okay. So right up here, notice that we have this max iterations constant set, and we have a counter called iterations to keep up with how many times we've iterated. Then we say, while iterations is less than those max iterations, then let's spin up an agent to evaluate the quality of that translated text. Okay, here you are an expert in evaluating literary translations. Evaluate this translation. Here's the array is greater than some very specific hard-coded qualifications. Then we can break out of this cycle and we can return the translation to the user. Okay, pretty cool. So all the models that I've used with the AI SDK are 100% compatible. So GPT-4o, Claude 4, Gemini 2.5, but there's lots out there. So really implementing it is just a prompt away. What do I mean by that? Well, you could just type in Cursor, use the Vercel AI SDK to create a chat API endpoint for a ChatGPT-like chatbot, and also use it on the front end to create a chat interface. Okay? And with a prompt just like that, you might be able to get a working chatbot. Okay, let's take a look at a few questions real quick, and then we will take on the final exercise. So how do you maintain, this one's got 4 votes. How do you maintain focus between prompts while the agent runs? How do you maintain focus between prompts while the agent runs? That's a really excellent question. And this is something I honestly struggle with. I think I just talked to somebody about this on LinkedIn just the other day. It can be kind of draining to jump back and forth between these kind of things. So honestly, yeah, just some good self-discipline, I think, is maybe one of the main things. Not let myself go to some completely unrelated task that will take my mind completely elsewhere, but try to point myself to tasks that are related to what the agent is currently working on in some degree. But yeah, it is hard for me, if I'm perfectly honest. Okay, just a few more questions here that have a few votes. I know everybody's getting kind of tired. I'm getting hot myself. And we'll end up. Will the YouTube URL be available after the workshop? Yes, it will be. Will the YouTube URL? That's a good question. I'm not sure. I dare say it probably will be, just based on other live stream YouTubes I've seen before. It probably will be, but definitely inside of the exercise document, there is that link to the Discord server, and we'll be sharing the recording expressly right there. So do make sure you go to that. Before using agents, I feel like I learned, excuse me. Before using agents, I feel like I learned more during development, but now I mostly check things based on my knowledge. But how do you stay up to date? Before using agents, I feel like I learned more during development, but now I mostly check things based on my knowledge. But how do you stay up to date? How do I stay up to date with like some of the latest technologies? There's lots of different ways. Like there are certain repos and things that I follow on GitHub that I'm familiar with and tooling I like to use. There's certain people I like to follow on Twitter. I think I can only give kind of a general answer there. Maybe not all that helpful. There's probably some AI tools, to be honest, out there that like crawl some of the most recent like dev publications and things like that, and might put together a little newsletter for you. I don't know. I've kind of searched a little for that, not a whole lot, but I think that could be something that's useful. All right. Do I have a feeling that AI agents work better with smaller projects? Have you tried working on bigger legacy projects that contain millions of lines of code? It's a very fair question. Me personally, no, I haven't. I have worked with them. I've worked with them on a decent amount of newer projects, but I've also worked on them with existing projects. But they're not like super old. They're projects that have been around for maybe a year and a half, and I was the sole developer on that project, so I have a decent understanding of it. However, I will say this. Well, number one, I refer back to that survey that GitHub did at the beginning of the workshop. They surveyed companies with 1,000+ employees who were finding benefit from AI. So I just have to assume that they're finding good ways to implement it even in large code bases. And the way they're implementing it in those large code bases, or at least I think, because the way I found myself successfully using it in existing code bases, is they're making sure the new features that they add are quite modular. So for me with Nuxt, that means I create new layers with AI. This is the project that I'm working on. I keep referring to. The newer features I've added onto it with AI have all been in their own separate layers, which is a Nuxt feature to modularize code. And when you're working in such modularized code, the overall size of the project means a lot less, because just like your own attention only has to focus on this segment of files, you only really have to let the AI focus on that segment of files. So I dare say that's really the way moving forward, is making sure we have very modular code, which is good for humans and the bots, right? Okay. The cost calculation can seem like a nightmare for the untested, and it often turned me off from trying some of the tools out of fear of blowing up the budget. How should we deal with that? Yeah, that's a very valid concern. My stupid cat is behind me. If y'all can hear him, I apologize. It is a very valid concern, and it's honestly, that's one of the things that stopped me from going too deep into level 4, where we have these autonomous agents, because they are more expensive. But if you're working for a company, I think you have to have the conversation with your superiors or with your management, that if we're going to stay competitive, then we need to be experimenting with some of these new technologies, and I have to have the budget to be able to try some of that. They're not all going to yield, a a bottom line tomorrow, you know, in addition to the bottom line tomorrow, but it's going to serve us in the future. I think that's just conversations we have to have with management. Now, if you're footing the bill yourself, it's the same conversation just with yourself. Think about it like school. Like you had to pay for school to get where you are today, or some coding boot camps or whatever. I think you're going to have to do the same thing with some of these tools. Okay. Will the path cover background agents? So I assume. So this is a question from Flavio. I assume you're talking about the AIDD.io course. So like this masterclass that we're putting together. Yes, it will. It will cover that, and we are gathering multiple instructors from across the AI devverse. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. But we've spent a decent amount of time networking so that we can get instructors besides just myself who have had even more experience with these things. And that is something that we have planned to add in to that course for sure. And I think we'd be doing you a great disservice if we didn't add that into the course, right? How do we handle legacy code bases with millions of lines of code? I think we already talked about that. Okay, one more with 3 votes, then we'll move on. How would you, and I think I saw this one quite a while ago. How would you manage a mobile React Native and web application project with Cursor or any other AI coding tool? I don't think I could provide any further information on that beyond what we've kind of already said. Okay, so one more 3 vote here. How does Cursor know which rule to look at if there are many? Yeah, if you're doing the auto, like the intelligent importing stuff, that's really hard to say. It's using its own discretion. It's using its, you know, LLM capabilities to figure out which one to apply best. And that's why if you have too many of those intelligently added ones, it's just going to stack up some irrelevant context in there and confuse it over time. But if you've got other rules for it, so like if you have the where is it? Yeah. If you have this apply to specials and you give it a file pattern, this is traditional coding and it work. Like this is a regex matcher under the hood, and it's only going to insert that logic into the context window if that regex matches. So in that case, you know, it's not going to be a hallucination problem. And of course, when you say apply manually, that's you know, that's when you have more control. So yeah. Okay. Oh man, y'all keep up putting questions. I can't keep up. Okay, we're going to stop that for now though, and we're going to move back to the last exercise because we are almost out of time. Okay, so exercise number 4, and I'm actually going to, just for the sake of time, I'm going to go ahead and show you the solution first. I'm just going to show you my solution to see what happens, and then I'll let you try it on your own in your own time, just for the sake of time. But the goal of this exercise is to prompt our AI agent to refactor our chat components and the chat API endpoints to use the AI SDK to provide actual chat responses from the LLM, right? So right now, obviously, we're not getting real chat responses, right? Whoops, did I stop my development server or what happened? Oh, I'm on 3 start. I need to be on 4 start. Okay, which includes the some of the UI from the chat. And let's check that out again. No, what am I doing here? So I could go with the chat solution that we created together live. But I also created this other chat solution that doesn't hook up to an actual AI. There we go. And let's also make sure that my database, because I don't know that my solution works exactly the same as what we created together live. I think we actually already pushed the database since then, but just in case, mpx drizzle kit push. You're about to delete it. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. That'll just make my company policies disappear. I'm okay with that. Okay, and now we have conversations and messages. And get status. So yeah, let's just see if we can change. So I have a chat endpoint here. And it just returns dummy API responses. Okay. And so essentially we have this CRUD operations, right? We have these CRUD operations for conversations, and we have CRUD operations for chat that just go into the database, but it's not actually talking to an LLM. So what I want to do is I just want to see if the agent can use the AI SDK to hook it up to ChatGPT. So I'm going to copy this prompt right here. Oh, my stars, my cat. I think Andre here's my cat. I bet he's trapped in my bedroom. I work from my closet, and y'all, give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. Let me get rid of him. Get out of here. Yeah, he was trapped in the old bedroom, so he was not happy. Okay. So now I love that bit of energy a trapped cat can inject into a workshop at the very end. Love it. He's not a pretty cat. You don't want to see him. Yeah. Okay. So that he's gone now. Okay. So let's create a new chat. Command N. I'm going to get rid of these rules. You go away. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm going to paste in this. So this is my prompt that I used. It says, use the AI SDK from Vercel in the API endpoint. And notice that I specified, already knew where this API endpoint was created. Let's just be specific about it. Use it in that API endpoint to generate actual LLM responses for our chat. And then also update the related components to use the AI SDK correctly. AI, that should be SDK, to correctly interact with this endpoint. These are found in, I don't know why that didn't copy and paste correctly, but I know that these are all found in the, so this is kind of the beauty of my cursor rule for components and kind of giving it this user structure or this component structure here. Now I can kind of tell it, hey, these are all the components that deal with this concern, right? Just by tagging a folder. So I'm under app, components, and then chat. Okay, so I'm going to say these components are found in at chat. Come on, where are you? Why is that not showing up? At files and folders. Yes, that is what I want. Looking for chat. There it is. There's the folder chat. Okay, and I'm going to hit enter, and we're going to keep it on Claude 4 Sonnet. Actually, you know what? Let's go with Gemini this time. Let's see what happens. So we're going Gemini 2.5 Pro. Great. Okay, I need to pay attention to the the agent and not y'all's messages. Okay, so I will integrate the Vercel AI SDK to generate real LM responses. Here's the plan. First, I'll install the necessary SDK. Yeah, beautiful. So see, check that out. Look there, and it used my knee rule too. So it's a knee AI, all the things. So it didn't wonder, is it NPM, is it PMPM, blah, blah, blah. It just ran it. So, okay, packages are installed. Now to update the API endpoints. So it's modifying that API endpoint. The plan is to fetch the conversation history, then use the SDK's stream text function to generate a response from OpenAI. Cool. I'm okay with that. The linter is flagging some issues. Okay, interesting. So to resolve the module issue, I'll try regenerating Nuxt types by running npx nuxi prepare. So this is a rule that I've added fairly recently to a lot of my Nuxt projects. Nuxt does some auto type generation stuff under the hood, and sometimes the dev server is supposed to generate these things for you. Sometimes it doesn't though. So if it runs into like a linting or a TypeScript or an import error, I've instructed it to use this npx nuxi prepare to just see if that solves the issue. And if it doesn't, then it can move on and try other things. But the linter errors persist, so it doesn't look like that was the case. It says, I messed up the read file call. I need to read the entire file again. Okay, so installing it again. That's fixed. This is so weird, y'all, trying to teach this AI stuff sometimes. It's like, let me show you what this other guy did. It's like the old joke about greeting cards. I bought you this greeting card for $5. Check out what this other guy wrote about you. Isn't it sweet? Okay, it's still working. So one thing I noticed right off the bat that's worthy of note here is that Gemini seems a whole lot more concerned with my linter and TypeScript errors than Claude was. So that's interesting. All right. By the way, if y'all want to, throw this prompt in your agent right now and see, what's happening, it'd be interesting. All right. May have been a mistake to go with Gemini as Claude had built up most of this so far. But we'll see what happens. That is another interesting thing I found. A lot of times if I kind of start a process with one LLM, I usually like to finish the process, that feature or whatever with the same LLM. It oftentimes gives better results. But once again, I don't have any data to really back that up. That's just kind of a gut feel. Yeah, that's a good idea, Shay. Shay says tell it to ignore some of those errors for now. It's not a huge deal. But yeah, it is going after those linter errors pretty hard. Let's do that. I'm going to stop. And then let's just say ignore linter errors for now. And let's just get this functioning. Okay. And we'll see what happens. If this doesn't work in the next, let's say 60 seconds, then I will give up. But once again, just like with my other exercise, right down here, and I don't know why it works so much better with this. You can download my exact conversation I had to turn it into what was at for start into something that actually talks with an LLM. And I did it with Claude Code or with Claude for Sonnet. Okay, all the pieces should be in place now. Let's take a look at some of the changes that it made. So I can open up my, my Git panel here, and I can go through and kind of see exactly what it did. So it looks some pretty major changes to chat input. Made changes to this chat interface component, which I assume is where it's actually displaying the messages. And it made changes to the API endpoint. Thank you all, by the way, those who are needing to drop now, thank you so very much for joining. For everybody else, we are almost done, so hang in there. But yeah, totally understand if you have to drop. Thank you for being here. Okay, let's see. Let me try restarting the server here. For good measure, I'll run npx nuxi cleanup and npm run dev for good measure, and just see what it has to say. We could have just fallen flat on our faces here. That would suck for the end of the workshop. This has to work. I mean, or you could sit here and watch me do it all by hand. We could do that. I'm just kidding. All right. So the server is starting up. No errors. But why is it not showing? Oh, some movement there. There we go. Okay. All right, so we're up and running. Let's create a new chat. Oh, boop. Okay, let's create a new chat. Let's try adding a message. Hello, my name is Daniel. And I'll send that. Oh, great. Hello, Daniel. How can I assist you today? What's my name again? Looks like enter doesn't work, so that stinks. But your name is Daniel. How can I help you further? Great. We're actually moving and grooving. And it looks like it wound up going with GPT-4 Turbo Preview. And yeah, we can see stream text is what it's calling. This is what we talked about during the slides. Woohoo. We are so very excited. All right, y'all, give that a try on your own. See how it works for you, either in the example project or in your own projects, and play with it with all the different prompting things that we talked about. And yeah, see where that gets you. All right, y'all. That is the end of our workshop for the day. I did say that we might end up developing some custom MCPs during some of this. We just simply don't have time for that, and I never actually prepared that piece. But we will certainly cover MCPs in that AIDD masterclass. This AIDD masterclass, I got just a couple minutes left here, just to pitch you all on next steps that you can take to deepen your learning. This course that we are offering to you on aidd.io, it's a collection of different courses that we're curating to really kind of be, as a whole, this masterclass on using AI for development. It's going to be taught by various experts from the AI dev community. Yes, I will teach some of the classes, but I'm not teaching all the classes, and you don't want me teaching all the classes. But we're going to partner, and we're already talking and have other people involved and partnering with these people to bring all kinds of expertise to the program. The course is designed to take you from level 0, so that is no AI adoption at all the way to level 4, where you are at least decently comfortable using autonomous agents. Okay. Courses that we're going to include in this masterclass include things like getting started with AI devs, like very basic stuff that'll be starting to release first. And then we'll progressively add more complex topics, things like AI patterns and recipes, UX design for with AI, mastering MCPs, mastering RAG, building AI first applications. And this is the thing, if you get in early on the process, you can give us feedback and really help us shape where the course goes, because it's not 100% solidified at this point in time what it will actually be. We have a good outline. We have some content already created. But ultimately, if you get in early, you'll be able to help shape the direction and mold it to what you need. Okay. Once again, this AIDD Insider Pass is your key to getting in early with some perks, right? There's only 500 seats of this Insider Pass available. It's only going to be available for 24 hours on July 15th. So if you're interested in this course and you want to get the best deal possible, tune in on July 15th. Okay. This Insider Pass not only gets you the best price available, it also gets you early access to some of the content that we've been working on. It will get you recognition, your name featured on the courses page as a founding supporter. You'll get a bonus premium workshop. It'll be something different than this, more advanced topics. But that is totally optional. Of course, you don't have to sit in on that. And this is a one-time exclusive offer. This is the moment to join on July 15th at the lowest price ever. Once it's gone, it's gone. Okay. Remember, do join us on Discord in order to get the recording for this workshop. You don't want to miss all that. I know some people had to drop out early. Some people's brains are fried at this point. And even if they are here, they probably aren't really here because I'm barely here myself. It has been a long day, but a wonderful day. I love doing these kind of things because I get to actually chat and talk with people in the real world. It's really great. And I'd love to hear your stories. I'd love to hear more about how you're using AI, if I'm perfectly honest, because I don't think I have the market cornered. I don't think I have it all figured out. And I want to know how I can improve and get better. And I think that's done with a community kind of like we're doing exactly right here. If you did enjoy this workshop, one last time, we'd love to hear from you. Please go to this link. It's in that exercise document. We'd be very, very grateful. This helps us not only increase our reach to help more developers, but it also does give us, the more developers we can reach, the more capital, the more revenue we can make, the more we can put back into the course and make things better for everybody on the platform. So if there's only just one simple thing you can do, this is it. All right. Thank you all so very much for joining. Be on the lookout for the email with more information on getting there into Discord. Once again, be on the lookout inside of Discord for the recordings. And yeah, y'all don't be strangers. Hit me up on social media. There's plenty of links. So at the very bottom of the exercises docs, there's this more AI resources links. There's plenty of links in there to who I think you should follow on Twitter. I'm one of those people. AIDD is on there as well in many different platforms. Don't be a stranger. Reach out to us. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you all so very much for joining. See you later. Oh, I'm sorry. I did mention that I would answer QA questions. So now is the time. It's officially over. But if you want to stick around, if your question was not answered, I will go through those remaining questions now. But yeah, we're done. That's it. Thank you all very much. Awesome. All right. For those who are still on because their question did not get answered, let me just pull that up here. Let's see if I can. This is going to get a little bit crazy, but let's see if I can hide. I want y'all to be able to see the questions better, and I'm not sure why our platform doesn't have a great way to do this, and it probably does, and I just don't know what it is. Let's just do a new tab here. I'm going to put that over over our infinitely regressing window here. Okay, great. And then maybe y'all can see the questions on the left-hand side or on the right-hand side. And I'm going to go through them one by one. Okay. So, of course, as soon as yeah, that makes sense. As soon as I click, it's going to get rid of my overlay window. Okay. Full screen. Is there a way to minimize this? I don't see a good way to minimize this. Okay, we're just going to not give you a headache, and y'all can just listen to me read the questions. All right. So do I use, this one has 7 votes. Do I use AI to write rules? I have on very rare occasion. I haven't had a ton of success with it, if I'm honest. I do. So one thing that Eduardo San Martin Monroe, who created Vue Router, it's a very important library in the Vue ecosystem. One thing he mentioned on Twitter, like maybe even a week ago, was that one thing he does is after he goes through a conversation to implement something, he rounds out the conversation at the end. Once he has what he wants, he asks the bot, essentially, what cursor rules can I create to help you avoid the mistakes that you made in this chat? And he says that it's working pretty well. I haven't got the exact terminology from him, the exact prompt he uses. That's just a summary of it. I tried it a couple times, and it didn't perform great for me. It produced overly verbose rules that I found it already follows anyway. Sometimes I do write my rules. So I don't know what it is, but I used to be able to, in my .mdc files, I used to have like the AI autocomplete on right. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, great. It wasn't working for me earlier this week. But yeah, I do sometimes, if I'm writing these rules, I do like to see the suggestions that it has, and sometimes I'll accept those, but it's a hit and miss. How to know? Oh yeah, we already talked about that one. Have you found rules are subject to model lock-in? That's a really good question, huh? Do some rules only work well when using Claude versus Copilot, or do rules work pretty consistently across models? Yeah, I'm going to say gut feel. They work fairly consistently as long as you're using the latest model, right? As long as you're keeping up to date and using those latest models, they're fairly consistent. There's not, I can't think of a rule, just one off the top of my head, where it was like, this definitely just did not work at all with this model. Yeah, that could be a really interesting case study, actually. I can't remember where it is. I'd have to find it, but there's let's just do this. Let's say benchmarking AI. Custom AI with near perfects. Anyways, I don't know. Live bench. Google benching AI or AI benchmarks, things like that, or benchmarking AI. I can't find it right now, but there's some good resources out there for how they actually kind of put AI models to the test, and then can really objectively give scores to different models based on different tasks. And I'm not good at that. I really haven't done it myself. But I know there's resources out there to help you learn how to do that. And I dare say that would be worth trying out with some of your own, dev-centered prompting. And something we might end up doing in the course, actually. I think that would be a really nice addition to the course. I'm gonna write that down. Okay. How is accessibility taken into account in AI development and testing? Is it incorporated into your rules in any way? It's not incorporated into my rules for this project because I am using ShadCN and Vue. And a lot of the components that come with ShadCN and Vue are already optimized for these concerns. Okay, I do see that a lot of people I do see that a lot of people have rules that do mention this. So like inside of their general, so I have a general.mbc that's included every time. They have something in here like maybe, you're an expert developer and, you think about things like accessibility, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, people do it. I didn't do it in this project. But once again, that's just, if the tooling that you're using, if you combine AI generated stuff well with existing tools like ShadCN, you start from a much better place. Could you please explain what will come in context API copilots, ID tools, etc.? Could you please? Okay, interesting. Yeah. Could you please explain what will come into context? This is a great question. What are all the different sources for context, essentially? Like, where all does it pull in context? Where all does it pull in context automatically? What kind of manual, context things can I provide? Yeah, that's a really great question. So inside of my chat, at least for Cursor, I'm sure a lot of the agents have similar things. But if I just start typing here are all the things that I can manually add, right? So I can manually add files and folders. Very specifically, I can just add, we've seen that. I can add code. So I can add certain symbols, right? Function names, class names, things like that. So I can manually add those things. I can add docs. I haven't really used this, but you can add new documentation to Cursor's context. So if I hit add new docs right here and then link to some docs page, Cursor supposedly is able to, go in and look at those docs pages via an HTTP request, and then, add that into your context. And then you just have a way of, having a list of docs that you commonly need. I haven't tried it, but it's there. You could also add context with like your latest commits, or you could do like diff between branches and things like that. But basically, yeah, this is a lot of the places you can manually add context from. If you just type in @ it'll give you all of these things. Like you can even add context from past chats, from terminals. We did this in, one of the exercises, so on and so forth. You can also add in context from the web. So even if I just do, I don't know, let's just even just paste in this slide deck, which I think is private, so it would fail. But if I just pasted that in, notice how it automatically puts the @ at the beginning. So when you're doing that, it does go out and actually make an HTTP request to that URL to try and glean context from it. In my experience, the Cursor's usage of external resources, external websites, isn't as great as something like ChatGPT. So honestly, if I'm doing a lot of planning, so if I'm not at the coding stage, I'm more at the brainstorming stage. Honestly, I will start out in something like ChatGPT. I did use Claude's web-based browser for a long time, but ChatGPT, their interface has just gotten so good, and honestly, it was the image generation that won me over. Like it's it's the best. It's amazing, and it's actually fairly fast. But if I need to do some brainstorming and stuff that really requires the LLM to go out and get most up-to-date information from websites, I'll come to ChatGPT, brainstorm, and then throw stuff into Cursor. What other context does Cursor use? It will use, where is it? Yeah, linter errors. So it will pick up automatically on linter errors and TypeScript errors. Basically anything that throws a red squiggly line in here, it can pick up on those things if the model cares. Sometimes you have to be more specific, depending on the model. As you saw a minute ago, Gemini was all about reading them linter errors, while Claude was not so much. But if it decides that it needs to see those linter errors, they all can. That's context that Cursor has made available to it. And if you want to be more specific and say, make sure, when you create a new file, maybe this is a rule in your Cursor rules, when you create a new file, make sure to lint that file and ensure there's no errors before moving on. You could definitely do something like that. What are some other sources of context? All the MCPs you have installed, obviously. All the MCPs you have installed have descriptions of the tools that they make available, and any agent has at their discretion the ability to pick any of those tools at any time. Typically, you'll want to mention one of those tools and kind of give it a little nudge further. But yeah, they all have access to that those tools descriptions in every request, and they can decide if they want to actually call one of those tools. So that's another way you can get context in the Cursor. Let me look back at the chat. Does anybody have any other anything else to add on to that? Because I know I'm missing some. But the ones I use most often, to be perfectly honest, the ones I use most often are the just telling about other files, so that it kind of gets because when I'm working on a project, I want to kind of keep things consistent. So one of the best resources to tell it how to write code is to look at other code that's in my project. Yeah, let me see. Is there any other? Okay, so Shay mentions for people who do chats, it's a must read for accessibility. Oh, cool. Y'all make sure you check out that link from Shay. Gemini has it on AI Studio as well. Oh, nice. Okay. Thank you very much, Shay. Okay, cool. Yeah, y'all let me know if anybody can think of any other ways that Cursor gets its context. I'm trying to think. I know there's probably a few more that I'm missing. By the way, if you go to cursor.com and their docs, they're not the most comprehensive things in the world, but they're not bad either. And you can read up, here we go, context, codebase indexing, ignore files, model context protocol, all the different symbols. So yeah, read up on here. I think this would give you a good idea. Okay. Okay, going back to, don't let me show that and think I'm kicking you out. Let me get back to the questions. Okay, so I think that's that question. What are your go-to MCP servers like Context 7 to use? I think I mentioned this a little bit earlier. Puppeteer, Context 7, the Nuxt MCP server, they're the ones I have constantly installed. Do note that the more MCP servers you have enabled, you can install as many as you want, but just make sure you're kind of selectively enabling those depending on what you're trying to accomplish or the project. Otherwise, it'll just be too many and add too much extra garbage context, right? But those are really the three that I found most useful. How do you find the best model for the job? Is this just trial and error? For the most part, it's trial and error. But do Google benchmarking, and there are some definitive sources out there for certain tasks. So Google benchmarking, and you might find a few things. But for the most part, at least in my experience, it's been trial and error. But maybe I'm brute forcing it a little bit too much and not doing my research. Will there be any other courses from Bitter Brains in the near future? Is there any way to stay informed about these? Mail notifications, social media reminders? Yes, definitely. As soon as you sign up, so if you go to aidd.io right now and just join the waitlist for our AI driven development masterclass, you'll get on our email list. And maybe this is a bad thing, but we email people like a lot, but usually in a good way. Like, we provide a lot of value. Okay. So you definitely won't miss out on any of our new stuff if you just get on this email list. Okay. What environment do I need to set up locally for the workshop? Oh, okay. That's a really old one. This is a really good question. This isn't AI specific. Please explain what seeds are in the context of Nuxt. So seeds are not a Nuxt specific concept. Seeds are a way to add dummy data to your database, right? Nuxt doesn't have a recommended seeding solution. Part of that is probably because they don't have a recommended ORM. So there are some frameworks that are more comprehensive than others, right? Laravel is like at the very top of that spectrum. It's super opinionated and have solutions for everything. And then you got some that are, less opinionated, like Nuxt. And so in those a little bit less opinionated solutions, you have to come up with some of your own conventions. And I do suggest you come up with those conventions early in the process so that your AI agents have patterns they can easily follow. So within Nuxt, my convention for seeders in Nuxt that just works for me, and it's what I used in this app, was to use a built-in Nuxt feature called tasks, these server tasks, which are just one-off functions that accept arguments in, they accept a payload in, they do whatever you want, and then they accept a message out, a result out, right? And you can run these tasks via, where is it? Via the DevTools, okay? And these tasks are only made available during development time. So seeds don't really make sense in production, right? Because you're seeding with this dummy data. But at development time, you can just easily run any of these from the Nuxt DevTools, which just makes it handy. So that's what I mean by seeders. Okay, I work with a large team, and we're trying out different IDEs. Any advice for curating those rules lists in a way that can be easily copied into a project and work for Cursor and Windsurf and VS Code? Yeah, that's a good question. And actually, it sounds like a really good product idea. If there's not one already, I don't know. Google it, ChatGPT it, and let me know, because honestly, I do need to find a better solution for me right now, even just between Cursor, different project instances in Cursor. I'm still copying and pasting stuff too much. But when you're talking about working between different IDEs or CLIs, I'm not sure. Okay, cool. Do you think that in the future, AI will take over architectural decisions and people will be able to just provide accurate prompts and rules and won't care about what's happening under the hood? Yeah, I do. Eventually. That's a little further off. But yeah, I do. I think eventually we will get there. That's my opinion. And that's why I am encouraging people right now. If you're a developer, um, yeah, you need to change the way you're working, and you need to be able to, yeah, you need to put in a little bit of time, a little bit of money to do things like this, to learn how you can adopt your workflows. Because I do think the farther and farther along we go, it's yeah, our jobs are going to change a lot. They're changing a lot right now. They're going to continue changing a lot for the next 20 years. Who knows? I don't know how long. Someone asked super early on, how is this workshop going to benefit the Scrum Master role? That's not who we're aiming at. So this is something I want to make very clear. AIDD.io and everything we produce is pointed at developers. It's pointed at making developers' lives easier. Okay. Now, I will say that the more and more time goes on, developers' lives probably are going to look a little bit more like Scrum Masters' lives, or at least project managers' lives, where we're kind of this conductor of agents. But how would you write a prompt to generate a card game? Something like blackjack? Honestly, something as easy as a card. It depends on what all you want to be in there. But if you're looking at just for some UI, that works and some logic that works, I probably don't have enough credits. I don't pay for it anymore, but Bolt's actually really good. For simple card games, like I think Bolt could do it in one shot, as long as you don't need like back end logic. You don't need to, you don't need to sync up users and have multiplayer or something like that. I think Bolt could do it in one shot, to be honest. Let's try it. I don't know if I have enough credits, but let's just say create a blackjack game that I can play locally in my browser with a friend. Let's just see what that comes up with while, yeah, I'm probably going to run out of tokens. Let's see what that comes up with while we answer some other questions. Somebody mentioned earlier, raise your hand if you need food. Sorry, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sorry. Angular has a recommended rules file published for, oh, very cool. So Angular has a recommended rules file published for each IDE with best practices. And that's from Rohit. I do apologize if I mispronounce your name. I will paste this into the chat. That sounds really cool, and it's something maybe we in the Vue community need to work on. Maybe it already exists, and I just haven't kept up. But that's a really cool idea. I wonder if there are like official rules files for some of the other frameworks too. Yeah. Yeah, I agree about the AGI stuff. So Bolt is only good for front end and not back end. I'll argue a little bit there. Yes, it's definitely better at the front end, but it does support things like Nuxt, which supports backend. So this is the kind of interesting thing about Bolt is it is built on top of a technology called web containers, which essentially runs a node server in your browser. So yes, technically everything that's running in Bolt, technically it's all front end, because it's all running in your browser, but it can do backendy things. So like I can create Nuxt API endpoints with Bolt, and when I went and deployed my code, it would actually run those API endpoints on the back end. While it's running in Bolt, it's running in this local node server that's running in the browser. But yeah, it does excel more at the front end stuff. Oh, sad. It failed. Let's attempt to fix, and let's just keep going through the questions. Where can I find examples of rules files for Cursor? Just in general, there's lots of repositories out there, or collections. There's where is it? I thought Cursor had an official like registry, maybe not. Anyway, just Google Cursor rules. Yeah, here's the one I'm thinking of. There's this Cursor rules directory. You can search through them. I don't know. I haven't got a ton of value from these, to be honest. But these are things that have worked for other people. It might be worth giving a look, and I myself might even go back and look again since the last time I tried. What if you're using Nuxt, but only Vue? How would you see the Swagger API description? That harks back to one of our earlier exercises. Yeah, this you would have to set up your structure differently. You would have to make your cursor rules different than mine if you want those Swagger APIs for Vue. Is why? Because my cursor rules are piggybacking off of that built-in feature of Nuxt, right? So this is, yeah, I'm not going to say it again. It's why I'm not going to say I'm not going to say it again, because I just think we really need to combine worlds. So yeah, let's check out bolt.new. Okay, it fixed the errors. We had a blackjack board. Player 1 has $1,000. Player 2 has $1,000. I'm going to bet $5. Now my friend player 2 over here, maybe it's my cat. Let's say that my cat bets $10. And it's my turn. This kind of sucks because we have to be like, don't look at the screen. Well, so this is not great. But so I've got 8. Yeah, hit me again. I've got 18. I'm going to live on the edge. Hit me again. Okay, now it's player 2's turn. We've got 12. Hit me again. Okay. And then round 1, dealer has 20. And the dealer wins. Okay. Yeah, that works pretty well. And it deducted, I bet, $5. What's going on with player 2, though? I don't see the hit on player 2's, because that would have been more than 12. Anyways, it did a decent job. Like, you could, yeah. Okay. Other questions? Can I share my LinkedIn profile? Sure. LinkedIn. So I'm Daniel Kelly IO on LinkedIn. Pretty much anywhere you want to find me, I'm Daniel Kelly IO. Sometimes it's with an underscore between Daniel Kelly and IO, and sometimes it's not. Johan, considering that we'll eventually transition to full AI-based structure development, how should learners approach programming as prompt engineers with minor knowledge of actual programming semantics? Yeah, that's a good question for sure. At this point in time, I still definitely think it benefits us very much so to have the developer background. How does that scale to years from now? In very personal example here, my oldest son is 14 years old, and he's been studying Python for 2 or 3 years and is considering going into programming. And I've encouraged him to keep his options open because I don't know what the future holds for development exactly. And I just don't know exactly. I can't put my finger on the best path for him to get there. That's just my personal gut feel, and it comes from a place of just caring and concern and making sure he's on a solid path, right? I'm not saying at all that we're losing our jobs next year. I'm not saying at all the developers are out of the picture, even 5 years from now. But I am saying someone starting out at the very beginning of their career that they're going to have to use for the rest of their life. That's something that I want my son to think twice about right now. Okay, great. I understand that the rules system works well with Cursor, but is it managed with other agents like Junie or Windsurf? No, the exact file types aren't. Yeah, you just have to change the flavor, change some file names. Have you any experience with tools like Taskmaster for preparing / splitting larger tasks for worker AI, for the worker AI? And that about some form of context persisting like Cursor Memory Bank. Have any experience with tools like Taskmaster? No, I don't. But that sounds interesting. Taskmaster. Maybe I should. Who knows what comes up for that? Taskmaster AI, maybe. Maybe this is what we're talking about. I'll throw it in the chat. Looks interesting. But no, I haven't had experience with that. Do you have to restart Cursor when updating Cursor rules? No, not necessary. What do you do to force the agent to not get out of the scope of the request? I usually request a simple thing, minor changes even, and and it does changes to about 30 files and usually not even related to the request. Claude is probably the worst offender at this in my experience. Claude will definitely just go off and kind of, oh, I think you should do this too. Gemini's a little better. One thing you can do is, if you have a very clear idea of what files should be touched, exactly like in our last prompt, in our last example, to integrate the AI SDK, like I scoped it down to say, hey, the changes should be in this file and in this folder of files. That and you saw that's exactly what happened. It didn't touch anything else. It just touched those files. So that's one thing you can do. Yeah, that's probably the best thing you could do. And once again, don't overthink this. Like if it touched too many files the first time around and you're sitting here observing it as it's doing its thing, just stop it and say, no, you're wrong. Stop that. I only want you to touch these files, right? How would you write? Is there a format or language library? I assume they're talking about ESLint rules, maybe, or maybe, or even just the Cursor rules. Maybe I'm overthinking this. The Cursor rules are super, super easy. Like it's literally just a markdown syntax, or it can be anything, right? It's just you can put XML in here. It doesn't matter. But for writing ESLint rules, just make sure you have ESLint installed and they have documentation. And for all of what it's worth, all the LLMs seem to know how to write an ESLint rule. And I just ask it to write the ESLint rule, and I do a little iteration to make it exactly what I want it to be. I regularly use WSL. Is Cursor limited in its ability to connect with WSL due to a fork rather than an official version of VS Code? I don't know. To be honest, I don't know what WSL is. WSL VS Code. Remote development in WSL. Oh, Windows subsystems for Linux. Aha. Yeah, I use Mac. I'm sorry. No info there. How do I make sure that the model I've picked in Cursor is really using the provided MCP? You can very plainly see when it uses an MCP, right? It'll have a little, like one of these like little call out boxes or whatever. It'll say something like MCP called whatever. So you can look and see. But if you want to make sure, like if you know a certain task will be benefited from an MCP, literally just mention it. Say, use the Nuxt 7 MCP to create and create X component for me. And you don't spell it right, right? See, I said Nuxt 7, and I was getting mixed up between Context 7 and Nuxt. It would probably choose the next one. Can I use Cursor just asking, not generating code in every prompt? Yep, you totally can. Just go to ask mode, and it will never touch your files. I found that's even just too much trouble. I just stay in agent mode and tell it just answer my question, no writing or something like that, and I just move on. So both of those things work. How can we address security concerns when utilizing AI? Also, can we allow AI takeover coding in banking and legal apps sector as well? How can we address security concerns utilizing AI? That's an interesting question. I'm going to play the easy card and say that's a little outside the scope of this workshop. But as far as the developer is concerned and using AI, yeah, do be aware that the stuff that you have inside of your projects could totally be sent to the LLM. If you open your settings and you go to general, is there a privacy? Yeah, so there's a privacy mode here. I've got mine set to privacy mode, so my chats will not be used to help train their LLMs, but or at least Cursor's private ones. I assume I know that all the major LLMs out there, like they're using every prompt that goes into it to train. So when it's sending it off to Claude and OpenAI and all that, that's it's going to be going into the training. But then you can kind of be extra open about some of and share your data directly with Cursor themselves, I guess. But yeah, anything you write in here, minus the .env file, I think all of your IDEs pretty much have some hard rules in there, not like LLM rules, but some hard, traditional application logic in there that says, hey, don't grab it in the context. Yeah. I know, so this is a really cool, if I open up Gemini, so the Gemini CLI, it also has some sandbox modes. Yeah, it can't, there's a problem with my Netlify MCP server, whatever. Where is it? Right here. It provides a sandbox mode for macOS called macOS Seat. belt. So this provides some privacy protection. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, if you're running this stuff on your local machine, there's always going to be some amount of risk. So do be aware of it. That's where something like background agents, really do have some benefit there because they're running on remote machines. So you can run some of this stuff like this Gemini. It's literally just a CLI, right? It just runs in my terminal. So you could create a Docker container that runs this. It would be a little bit more secure. Okay. I found AI. How many questions do we have left here? Actually quite a lot, but most of them have 0 votes. Let's do this. We've got 85 people. Yeah, we have 85 people left on the call, which is actually still a lot. Let me just look and see what y'all's latest comments are. I'm trying to think of a way that I can kind of avoid answering questions of people who just aren't even here anymore. Okay, so I'm going to do this. I am going to continue to answer all the ones that have 2 votes. And then once we get down to 1 and 0 votes, y'all just let me know. Just put your question directly in the general chat, so I know you're still here and I can answer it. Right? Just re-put your question in there, whatever it is. Okay, so 2 votes. It looks like we've got actually quite a few of those left too. Okay. I found AI to be less effective for newer API versions that are not much discussed on forums like Stack Overflow. Is that a concern for the future as forums are so less active these days? I think we mentioned that a little bit earlier. No, it's not super concerning to me because people are asking the same questions to the LLMs that they were asking on the forums in previous times, and now the LLMs just don't have to scrape the data. It gets added into their training and skips that middle scraping step, right? I heard some governments said they will create new laws to sandbox or restrain AI. How do you think anyone today can close Pandora's box now that AI is out and about? That's an interesting question. And for any of you who are interested in kind of like some of the legal stuff behind AI and the idea behind, regulating it versus not regulating it, I'm reading this book right now. It's called Super Agency. It's by Reid Hoffman, who is the CEO of LinkedIn, and he has an agenda. He has an agenda, but he makes some good points about the argument for less regulation, and I agree with him on a lot of things. I would recommend this if you're interested in kind of the law aspect of AI. Do you find it better to have Drizzle schemas and other configuration-heavy files in a single file or more modular when using AI? Some things should be more modular for sure. Like I definitely can't just have. I think it's good to break up components modularly. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I would ever, if I've got a database schema that is too large to keep in one file, that's a project bigger than most that I've worked on. Just me personally. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that. What was the reason for setting the chat to agent mode? So yeah, that just means it can work, right? That means it can write to files, essentially. It means it's going to actually act on my project, right? As well, not only write to files, but also execute commands in the terminal and things like When kickstarting the project, do you create a boilerplate directory, e.g. for Nuxt, where you specify all the rules, etc., or do you build everything from scratch, like Cursor Chat, like from Cursor Chat level? No. When kickstarting a new project, I have several different boilerplates, personally, just in my GitHub, that I like to start from. Sometimes I start from just like a brand new Nuxt project. So if you do npx Nuxie and init, every once in a while I start from that, but oftentimes I'm going to be using like Shatcn. I'm definitely going to have Nuxt icon in there. I'm definitely going to have ESLint configured and ready to go. I'm definitely going to have Nuxt image in there. So I usually start from a template. Can I add the instructions to explain what is going on? Let's say I'm unfamiliar with some technology of a project and want to get it done while also learning about what is going on and why. Sure, totally possible. In that case, maybe I would switch to ask mode so you don't have to remind it ever to, to not write. But yeah, you could totally say, even just generally, what is, or give me a high level overview of this project, something like that. And it'll go through, some common files. It'll probably like read the README file. So if you give it such a generic and large, prompt as that, it'll probably shoot for things like the README. It'll probably go for things like, it'll see that it's Nuxt because of Nuxt config. It'll explain Nuxt a little bit to you, things like that. But you can even, mention certain files or certain folders and say, hey, what is this for? So yeah, you can totally do that. So what does it say? Yeah, we'll start by examining package.json to get an idea of the dependencies. Check it out. Front end uses Vue and Tailwind. Back end uses Nitro, Nuxt Nitro and Drizzle over M, which is correct. There are some AI integrations. It uses vtest and Playwright for testing. So yeah, you can do that. But oh, stop. Okay, but remember to take this with a grain of salt, right? Don't let this be the only way you interface with the code. Talk with your colleagues who wrote the code. Well, I think some of them wrote the code, maybe less and less as time goes on. It feels weird that I need to implement RAG. Is this what a lot of the new business LLMs are doing essentially? Yes. Yes, it is. What is the difference between a RAG and a custom GPT? I think custom GPTs are, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, I think custom GPTs are essentially like, it's like MCP, but just for ChatGPT, right? It's a way to call pools that provide context and action. That's all those are. And tools can use RAGs, in order to access that relevant context. But I don't think they're like a one-to-one thing. I would liken chat GPTs or custom GPTs to MCPs. It's just that MCP is an open standard that can be used with multiple LLMs, or not multiple LLMs, but with multiple apps, things like Cursor, so on and so forth. Okay. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Looks like about 11 questions left. Is it possible to use a local LLM instead of ChatGPT API? Yes. If you want to run an LLM locally, check out Olama. Okay, you can run things like DeepSeek, Quinn, blah, blah, blah. I've done a little of this. At the end of the day, it's just easier, and I'm okay with paying OpenAI a little bit of money to do this stuff for me. Generally, my experience has been the large language models that you hear about all the time. They generally just give a better result. But yes, you can run some models locally, and let's see, AI SDK. Let's look at their providers list. Yeah, so Olama is on here. And I don't know exactly what that means because Olama isn't actually an LLM itself, but it's a way to run other LLMs. So, but it does look like you can use the AI SDK to interact with some of these local ones. So the last part was very AI SDK specific. Yep. What are the alternatives except for doing it all by hand? What are the alternatives except for doing it by hand? I mean, obviously, so the this generate script for generating the embeddings for the company policies. That an AI agent helped me out with this a ton and wrote most of it for me, and it didn't go for the AI SDK. It went for OpenAI directly. So you can do it manually this way with the individual provider SDKs, and most of your agents are pretty good at doing this. But as far as another option that allows you to just easily plug and play the different ones to do testing, I haven't gotten into any of those alternatives. There's been nothing to prompt me to do so. The AI SDK has met all my needs. So, yep. How would I introduce AI on legacy Vue projects without Nuxt? I would just find a task. Whatever your next task in your to-do list is, I would start with a simple prompt to the agent to see how far it can get you, and then create a few rules based off of the obvious issues that it made, that it did, and then move from there. I don't think it has to be a complicated thing, and I don't think you have to move from writing everything by hand to writing nothing like that. Even I still write things by hand, right? I don't think we're to the point where we can't write. I don't think we're to the point yet where we're not going to write anything by hand. But pick it up little by little. Can I add the instructions to explain what is going on? Let's say I'm unfamiliar with some technology. Oh, yeah, we already did that one. I didn't mark it. What would be a suitable chunk size? What would be a suitable chunk size for RAG? I'm going to go the classic "it depends" answer, because sometimes I feel like I'm artificially intelligent, and that's a good classic fallback for a developer. Yeah, I'm going to go with that. If anybody else has any more details, feel free to throw that in the chat. Are there any scenarios where we have the database, where we have some data? Can we use RAG to load this data and query? Like, suppose I have a point of sales. I want to query some stuff related to the DP. Yeah, I mean, any data that you have living in your database, you can write up a script of some sort to send it off and get it embeddings created for it. Yeah, I mean, that's not a difficult ask. So that can come from anywhere. It came from markdown files in our example, but yeah, that stuff can come from anywhere. And then you just have to make sure to update your database schema to support storing those embeddings somehow. Either, some databases allow you to store, like the one we used, libsql, this special version of SQLite, allows you to store those embeddings directly as a new column on existing data. But other solutions will require that you create a new table. But yeah, you could totally do that. I noticed that you do not accept the changes during the various steps. Does this always work? Some operations, such as deleting or renaming a file, can only happen after accepting. What are the best practices? Some operations, such as deleting or renaming a file. Yeah, that's a good question. We might have talked about this a little bit already. I don't have a good rule of thumb for this. Honestly, I just kind of go and, yeah, sometimes I revert back, and sometimes I'll accept all and then commit to GitHub. So it just kind of depends on the flow state I'm in, whether I think, oh, it can just keep going here, right? As soon as I start seeing it hallucinate and do things badly, as soon as I start seeing it do things that are just way off base, like not things that I think are like, it just needs a little bit more direction, but things like that are just out in left field, that's when I revert. I use that little revert button to go back to a state that I know is solid, commit it to GitHub, start a brand new chat with brand new context, add a few files that I think are most relevant, and then start over. Okay. Going back to the chat here, just checking. Awesome. For those of you who are dropping off slowly but surely, thank you very much for being here. Really appreciate it. I'm going to drop off slowly but surely here in just a minute. But like I said, I love getting to talk to people online like this. And you can ask, if you knew my wife, you could ask her. I talk about AI even like not in work context, just because I'm so intrigued by it. It's kind of she wants me to shut up sometimes. But I am intrigued. It's a whole new world we're going into. Okay, why use AI for generic apps if you can also fork them? Why use AI for generic apps if you can also fork them? Should AI not be used for creating improving libraries, frameworks to make us to make the UX easier so we have less need for the AI in the first place? Why use AI for generic apps? I guess it kind of depends on what you mean by generic apps here. In terms of why I do it for workshops, so for example, the reason I would create a blog or just a chat app is because it's something that attendees don't have to think too much about, like in terms of implementation details. Instead, they're thinking more about the topic that's being taught, right? So that's why I use more generic apps in terms of teaching. I'm not sure if that's what that's getting at, though. This might be getting at what I said a little while back when I said that newsflash, most of us are not really building unique things. We're building some of the same exact things that other people are building. And I don't mean that to demean anybody's work, like not even a little. Everybody, you're getting paid for what you do, right? And you're fulfilling a need, and that's the point. But at the same times, the need of my clients is probably very similar to the need of hundreds of other developers' clients. They just don't know. They're just not in contact with me, or their use case is slightly different, right? While 90% of the implementation is the same, the other 10% is different. So if you're referring to that, yeah, the reason we're all creating a lot of the same code is because it's just the nature of development, right? It's just the nature of not development even, it's just the nature of the world. We know certain people, we know clients, and we can connect, right? And really, it's nothing more than that. So shouldn't we be using AI to create improved libraries, frameworks, so on and so forth? Yes, absolutely. We totally should. Well, once again, that's not only a adoption issue, that's a discoverability issue, right? The reason I use one language or framework over another is because of two reasons. Number one, I found it easier to use, but number two, I knew about it in the first place. And that's why I picked up Vue.js, right? Just as an example. So, even if there were, which I'm sure there probably are probably great solutions, or there's probably number one solutions for most of our problems out there. The problem is that we don't all know about all those number one solutions. ChatGPT doesn't know about those number one solutions, and those number one solutions might be number one only in certain use cases, right? That's a hard thing. I don't know if that answered that question or not. Can we see your cat? No, he's gone. Sorry. Catos are good friends. Yes. Yeah, he's cool. I like my dog better. But the cat's cool. He cuddles. I often see. Let me go back to the chat real quick. Looks like there's a little bit of activity there. Thank you very much for your time. Got to drop. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, y'all. Thank you for informative training. Shay says, in my experience, clients just care about results. They don't care about being created with AI or with what framework was used. Yes, certainly at the end of the day, I think it's just the results that matter. But also, as I kind of mentioned earlier, one of my clients is like, he's not enthused so much about whether I'm using AI to develop or not. Like he is a little bit, because he wants to see me experimenting and being on the cutting edge. But he is very enthused when I talk about integrating AI into some of the things I'm building for him, because it means ultimately at the end of the day, it's kind of like an agency setup, right? And what I'm building for him, he has to pitch to clients so he can sell them. And at the end of the day, being able to say, hey, we're doing this with AI, does it actually improve the end client's bottom line of what he's actually hiring my client to do? Not always. But does it give my client a sales pitch, an additional thing to add to his sales pitch that, hey, we're on the cutting edge, we're using AI, we've got this new thing you can try? Yeah, it does. And that's why he's excited about some of that. But yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying, Shay. Would I recommend to use Replit or Cursor to build a complete SaaS dashboard project or something else? I would use Cursor. Yeah, give it a try. Start out with some sensible defaults. Don't do everything from scratch. But yeah, give it a try. See how far you get. I often see the LLM try something, fail, try something else, fail there too, and try again the first approach and come into a loop. Recognize this, what to do about it. Yeah, that is interesting. Usually at that point, if I notice it trying the same thing over again, I'll just stop it, right? I'll stop it and tell it, don't do that. Let's try a different approach. And by saying, let's try a different approach, I don't always, it's not so vague as that. It's, hey, I see what you're doing. You're trying this. I have another idea. Let's go this direction instead. And I explain to it what that other direction I think it should go. We need ways to convince senior level management to unlock money to maximize our use of AI. Devs are convinced, but we need a way to include upper management to make it happen. That's really good. You know what? I don't know if this would backfire or not. I don't think it would. Tell upper management next time they have a problem that they need a simple solution for, tell them about Bolt. Give them the power to make something simple by themselves. And then make sure that they know, realistically so, that as soon as things start getting a little bit more complex, it does require more finesse and more developer experience and tools like Cursor and things that, beyond Bolt. But let them see for themselves the power of what AI is able to do at that smaller scale. And I think that will convince them, if you pitch it correctly, that, hey, Bolt is able to do this. AI is able to do this for this simple thing. Imagine what we as developers with more funding for AI can do with our complex thing, right? Will the AIDD pass be emailed to us? So this insider pass, it's something that becomes available on July 15th. It's not something you automatically get from being at this workshop, okay? But it's something you know about because you were at this workshop. So what this means is that on July 15th, where is it? Is this it? Yeah. So with this link right here, you can add the launch to your calendar so that you will be notified by your calendar when the launch happens. You can sign up. If you're one of the first 500, you're part of the insider group, right? I might have to double check with my colleagues. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. But yeah, you aren't automatically part of the insider pass because you're here. But you do know about it, and you can jump on immediately as soon as it happens, July 15th. My industry needs to have all systems to be physically in Canada. How can we achieve this when using AI agents? Yeah, that's tough. I would say you could run some of the open source agents with Olama on a remote server. I've heard people smarter than me say, though, that that's hard. And it's not something I have experience with. I dare say some of these enterprise solutions, things like Gemini and Claude and blah, 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 I dare say in the near future, they will probably have solutions for use cases like this, where something has to be hosted in a particular area or a particular region. I can see that that's something that they would develop. And if and when that happens, I would trust that more than running the open source version myself. Yeah. Okay, so we are now down to questions with just one vote. So I am now going over to the general chat and looking for questions there. If something is not in the general chat now, within the past like 5 minutes, I'll scroll up just a little bit. But if you have a question that's not in the general chat at this point, I will not answer it. So okay, a few more people saying they have to drop. Awesome. Thank you so very much for being here. Oh, great, Shay. Thank you for that. So Shay does mention that Azure, you could use Azure if you're in the Canadian region. Very cool, Shay. Thank you. Gabriel asks, can someone please share the calendar link for AIDD? Yep. So that calendar link, this is that link. It's inside of the exercise doc. Let me copy that link address, paste it into the chat. I'll leave that up on the screen because that's one thing they pay me to do. And I do believe it's going to be awesome, y'all. I really do. I think it's going to be really cool. I make fun. I joke sometimes. I shouldn't. This is gonna be a really a great project. Thank you all so very much for your time. I don't see any more questions. That's it for the day. Y'all take care. Have a good night, morning, evening, whatever. Thank y'all. Bye.